హలో ఎవ్రీవన్. నా పేరు శ్రీరామ్ నాగేంద్ర. ఇది నా మొదటి వీడియో జావా గురించి డిస్కస్ చేసుకోబోతున్నాం మనం ఇవాళ. సో మొదటి వీడియో వచ్చేసి జావా యొక్క హిస్టరీ గురించి. సో లెట్స్ గో. ద బర్త్ ఆఫ్ ఓక్. ఫస్ట్ జావా అనేవాళ్ళు కాదు, దాన్ని ఓక్ అనేవాళ్ళు స్టార్టింగ్లో. సో సన్ మైక్రో సిస్టమ్స్ ఒక మిషన్ ఉండేది. సన్ మైక్రో సిస్టమ్స్ వాళ్ళకి ఒక లాంగ్వేజ్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలని, స్మాల్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ డివైజెస్ కోసం సచ్ యాజ్ మొబైల్స్ అండ్ ఎక్సెట్రా. దాంట్లో జేమ్స్ గాజ్లింగ్ అను తన ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఈ ప్రాజెక్ట్ దానికి పనిచేశారు. సో వాళ్ళు దానికి ఫస్ట్ మొదటి పెట్టుకున్న పేరు ఓక్. ఓక్ అని ఎందుకు అంటే వాళ్ళ ఆఫీస్ బయట ఉండే చెట్టు ఓక్ అనమాట. సో అందుకని ఓక్ అని పెట్టుకున్నారు. సో అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ పార్ట్ ఈస్ తను కనుక్కున్న తర్వాత అది బాగా ఫేమస్ అయింది. సచ్ యాజ్ వరల్డ్ వైడ్ వెబ్, ఇంటర్నెట్ అప్పుడే డెవలప్ అవబోతుంది. సో ఈ ఓక్ యొక్క ఉపయోగాలు చాలా ఉంటాయి అని తను భావించి సో దాని పేరు జావాగా మార్చాడు. జావాకి పెద్ద ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ ఏం లేదు. లైక్ తను ఒక ఒక తను ఒక కాఫీ తాగుతున్నప్పుడు తనకి ఆ పేరు అనేది తట్టింది. సో అండ్ దట్స్ ఇట్. అండ్ ద అప్లికేషన్స్ ఆఫ్ జావా ఆర్ రైట్ వన్స్ రన్ ఎనీవేర్. జావా అనేది ఎందుకు అంత బాగా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది అంటే ఒకసారి రాసుకొని ఎక్కడన్నా వాడచ్చు. అండ్ యాప్లెట్స్ లైక్ వెబ్ పేజెస్ చెప్పా కదా, వెబ్ పేజెస్ కోసం వాడతారని. సో ఎంటర్ప్రైజ్ జావా బీన్స్ అండ్ మొబైల్ రివల్యూషన్ లైక్ వీటిలోనే కాదు, అండ్ ఇతర అవసరాల్లో కూడా జావా అనేది చాలా ఎక్కువ వాడతారు. సో జావా అనేది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఎట్ ది పాస్ట్, ప్రెజెంట్ అండ్ ది ఫ్యూచర్లో.
కోడ్లో
అండ్
జావాని ఎలా రన్ చేయాలో చూద్దాం. సో క్లిక్ ఆన్ విఎస్ఎస్ కోడ్. ఫస్ట్ లింక్ మీద నొక్కండి. సో క్లిక్ ఆన్ డౌన్లోడ్ ఫర్ విండోస్. నాది విండోస్ ల్యాప్టాప్ కాబట్టి నేను విండోస్ నొక్కాను. సో ఇక్కడ చూడొచ్చు, ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్ అవుతుంది. అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ థింగ్ వి నీడ్ ఈస్ జేడీకే. ఫస్ట్ లింక్ మీద నొక్కండి అండ్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ JDK 17. JDK 17 అనేది చాలా ఎక్కువ మంది యూస్ చేస్తారు. సో ఐ ప్రిఫర్ JDK 17. సో క్లిక్ ఆన్ విండోస్ అండ్ డౌన్లోడ్. అండ్ చూడొచ్చు, మళ్ళీ ఇది డౌన్లోడ్ అవుతుంది ఇక్కడ. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకుంటే డబల్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. నేను మీకోసం రీఇన్స్టాల్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఆల్రెడీ నా దాంట్లో అయిపోయింది, ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసాను. సో సో క్లిక్ ఆన్ నెక్స్ట్. పర్మిషన్స్ అన్నిటికీ నెక్స్ట్ అని ఉంది. ఫైల్స్ అనేవి కాపీ అవుతుంటాయి. సో వెయిట్ టిల్ ఇట్ ఫినిష్. సో క్లోజ్. అండ్ the next part is setting up VSS code. Click on VSS code. So and click on I accept the agreement. ఈ ఆప్షన్స్ అన్ని ఎనేబుల్ చేసుకోండి, లైక్ ఇన్స్టాల్. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు ఫినిష్ మీద నొక్కండి. సో మనం పాత్ అనేది ఫస్ట్ సెలెక్ట్ చేయాలి. సో క్లిక్ ఆన్. సో ఫస్ట్ గో టు ఫైల్ మేనేజర్ అండ్ go to Windows C. Click on program files, Java, JDK, bin. సో దీన్ని మనం ఆ పాత్ అనేది కాపీ చేయాలి. సో కంట్రోల్ C. అండ్ మీరు సెర్చ్లోకి వెళ్ళి ఎడిట్ ద సిస్టమ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ అని ఉండిద్ది. క్లిక్ ఆన్ దిస్ అండ్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ వేరియబుల్స్. అండ్ మీరు ఇక్కడ చూస్తే పాత్ అనేది ఉండిద్ది. సో క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఎడిట్. ఇక్కడ లేదు కాబట్టి సో క్లిక్ ఆన్ న్యూ, కంట్రోల్ V. సో క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఓకే, అది అప్లై అయింది. సో అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ థింగ్ మనం ఏం చేయాలంటే వేరియబుల్ అనేది అప్లై చేయాలి. సో జావా హోమ్ అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ థింగ్ ఈస్ కంట్రోల్ V. ఇక్కడ మనం 17 వరకే ఉంచాలి. సో అండ్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఓకే, క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఓకే, ఓకే. ఇప్పుడు VSS మీద నొక్కండి. సో క్లిక్ ఆన్ దిస్ అండ్ మీకు ఇలా ఓపెన్ అయింది. సో గో ఫర్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్స్ లైక్ జావా నొక్కండి and you will get this popular extension. Click on install. It will install 6 extension packages.
మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఈ ప్యాక్ అనేది ఇన్స్టాల్ అయిన తర్వాత క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఫైల్, ఓపెన్ ఫోల్డర్ అండ్ నేను ఆల్రెడీ ఒకటి క్రియేట్ చేసి ఉంచాను, లైక్ జావా న్యూ ఫర్ బిగిన్ అని. క్లిక్ ఆన్ దట్, ఆర్ లేకపోతే మీరు న్యూ ఫోల్డర్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకొని ఒక ఫైల్ అనేది క్రియేట్ చేసుకోండి అండ్ సెలెక్ట్ ద ఫోల్డర్, కమ్ హియర్. సో మీకు చూడండి, ఇదిగోండి చూపిస్తుంది, లైక్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ న్యూ ఫైల్. అండ్ మనం క్రియేట్ చేసేది హలో వరల్డ్ కాబట్టి లైక్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ హలో డాట్ జావా. జావా అనేది కంపల్సరీ నొక్కాలి, డాట్ జావా అనేది. సో చూడండి, ఎస్. అండ్ మనకు ఆల్రెడీ ఆటోమేటిక్గా వస్తుంది, లైక్ సిస్టమ్ డాట్ అవుట్ డాట్ ప్రింట్ఎల్ అని. సో మనం లైక్ ఈ హలో వరల్డ్ అనేది అవుట్పుట్లో ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో వీ విల్ చేంజ్ దిస్. ఎలా అంటే థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ వాచింగ్ మై వీడియో. అండ్ దట్స్ ఇట్. యా, ఇప్పుడు నేను మీకు రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. సో మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఇక్కడ నేను థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ వాచింగ్ మై వీడియో అని రాశాను అండ్ దెన్ వీ క్లిక్ ఆన్ రన్. సో చూడొచ్చు ఇక్కడ థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ వాచింగ్ మై వీడియో అని ఉంది. అండ్ ఇది సిస్టమ్ డాట్ అవుట్ డాట్ ప్రింట్ఎల్ అనేది అవుట్పుట్లో ప్రింట్ అయింది. మనం జావా అనేది ఎలా వర్క్ అవుతుంది బ్యాక్ ఎండ్లో అనేది చెప్పబోతున్నాను. సో నేను ఇప్పుడు ఒకటి రాయబోతున్నాను, లైక్ సిస్టమ్ డాట్ అవుట్ డాట్ ప్రింట్ఎల్ హలో. లైక్ చూడండి, ఇక్కడ నేను రన్ చేస్తుంటే మనకి ఎర్రర్ అనేది వస్తుంది, కుడ్ నాట్ ఫైండ్ ఆర్ లోడ్ మెయిన్ క్లాస్ థ్యాంక్స్ కాజ్డ్ బై జావా లాంగ్వేజ్ క్లాస్ నాట్ ఫౌండ్ ఎక్సెప్షన్ థ్యాంక్స్ అని వస్తుంది. సో మనం చెప్తాను రండి ఎలా వర్క్ అయింది అనేది బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్లో. సో జేవిఎం అనేది ఉంది, ఇది జావా వర్చువల్ మెషిన్ అని. దాని కింద ఓఎస్, దాని కింద హార్డ్వేర్. ఓఎస్ అంటే ఆపరేటింగ్ సిస్టమ్ సచ్ యాజ్ విండోస్ కానీ మ్యాక్ కానీ. నాది విండోస్ కాబట్టి నాది ఓఎస్ వచ్చేసరికి విండోస్ అయింది. సో మనం ఈ సర్కిల్ అనుకోండి సచ్ యాజ్ యూజర్స్. దాని తర్వాత మనం జావా కోడ్ అనేది రాస్తాం. ఆ కోడ్ కంపైలర్లోకి వెళ్ళిద్ది. ఆ కంపైలర్ అనేది బైట్ కోడ్గా మారింది, బికాస్ కంప్యూటర్ అనేది బైట్ కోడ్ని అర్థం చేసుకోగలిగింది. సజెస్ బైట్ కోడ్ అంటే జీరోస్ అండ్ వన్స్, అండ్ జేవిఎంలోకి దాన్ని పంపించిద్ది. సో ఇప్పుడంటే నేను ఒక కోడే రాశాను, బట్ ఫర్ ఇన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్, పెద్ద పెద్ద ప్రాజెక్ట్స్లో చాలా ఉంటాయి. సో వాటిలో ఏది రన్ చేయాలి అని చెప్పడం కోసం మనం ఫర్దర్గా రాస్తాం, సచ్ యాజ్ పబ్లిక్ స్టాటిక్ వాయిడ్ మెయిన్ స్ట్రింగ్ ఆర్గ్స్ అనేది. సో మీకు డౌట్ రావచ్చు, ఎలా అంటే ఎందుకు రాయాలి అంటే జేవిఎంకి మనం చాలా కోడ్స్ రాస్తుంటే ఆ కోడ్స్లో ఏది అనేది చెప్పడానికి పబ్లిక్ స్టాటిక్ వాయిడ్ మెయిన్ అని రాస్తాం. అండ్ మెయిన్ ఈజ్ ద కీవర్డ్, లైక్ ఎలా అంటే ఇది చాలా ఉపయోగకరమైంది. సో దీన్ని చూసే మనం మెయిన్ మెథడ్ని రన్ చేయాలి అని ఆలోచించింది. సో ఇప్పుడు నేను కోడ్కి వెళ్తాను. సో సో ఇప్పుడు నేను మీకు అర్థమైంది అనుకుంటున్నాను ఎందుకు మనం పబ్లిక్ స్టాటిక్ వాయిడ్ మెయిన్ రాయాలనేది. సో లైక్ యా, ఇప్పుడు నేను రాస్తాను పబ్లిక్ స్టాటిక్ void main string args. Okay, and in this system dot, అండ్ నేను పబ్లిక్ స్టాటిక్ వాయిడ్ మెయిన్ గురించి మీకు రాబోతున్న క్లాసెస్లో చెప్తాను. HELLO. సో అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ థింగ్ ఈస్ జావా అనేది ఆబ్జెక్ట్ ఓరియంటెడ్ ప్రోగ్రామింగ్ మీద రన్ అయింది. అంటే ఏంటి అంటే జావాకి ఆబ్జెక్ట్ అనేది ఉండాలి. సో ఆబ్జెక్ట్ అనేది ఉండడం కోసం క్లాస్ అనేది కంపల్సరీగా డిఫైన్ చేయాలి. సో వీటన్నిటి గురించి కూడా నేను రాబోతున్న క్లాసెస్లో చెప్పబోతున్నాను. సో లెటస్ టేక్ సో పబ్లిక్ క్లాస్ హలో అండ్ యా. సో ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు చూడొచ్చు నేను రన్ చేయబోతున్నాను కోడ్ని. యా, మీరు చూడొచ్చు ఇక్కడ నేను కర్లీ బ్రాకెట్స్ ఇవ్వలేదు. సో సి యా, ఇంకొక తప్పు కూడా చేశాను ఇక్కడ. నేను ఈ కాలనీ లేదు అండ్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఎంటర్. యా, ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూడొచ్చు. సో ఇప్పుడు నేను రన్ చేయబోతున్నాను, చూడండి. సో చూడొచ్చు హలో హలో బై మిస్టేక్ నేను 2 సార్లు ప్రెస్ చేసినట్టున్నాను, అందుకని ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో ఇవాళ మనం చెప్పుబోయే టాపిక్ వచ్చేసి డేటా టైప్స్, వేరియబుల్స్ అండ్ టైప్ కాస్టింగ్. సో మనం ఫస్ట్ టాపిక్ వచ్చేసి డేటా టైప్స్. సో డేటా టైప్స్ అంటే ఏంటంటే, డేటా టైప్స్ ఆర్ ద క్లాసిఫికేషన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద కైండ్స్ ఆఫ్ డేటా దట్ కెన్ బి స్టోర్డ్ అండ్ మ్యానిపులేటెడ్ బై ఏ కంప్యూటర్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్ వచ్చేసి అది స్టోర్ చేసుకొని అదొక టైప్ ఆఫ్ లైక్ ఎలా అంటే మీకు డేటా టైప్ అనేది కంప్యూటర్ ప్రోగ్రామ్కి లైక్ లోపల ఉన్న కంపైలర్కి ఏం చెప్పిద్ది అంటే ఈ టైప్లో కంపైల్ చేయని చెప్పిద్ది. సో డేటా టైప్స్లో రెండు రకాలు ఉన్నాయి, ప్రిమిటివ్ డేటా టైప్స్, నాన్ ప్రిమిటివ్ డేటా టైప్స్. ప్రిమిటివ్ డేటా టైప్స్ వచ్చేసి ప్రోగ్రామింగ్ లాంగ్వేజ్లో బై ఇన్బిల్ట్గా డిఫాల్ట్ చేసి ఉంచుతారు, అంటే ఎలా అంటే మనం వాడుకోవడానికి. లైక్ నాన్ ప్రిమిటివ్ డేటా టైప్స్ అనేది వచ్చేసరికి లైక్ స్ట్రింగ్ ఇవన్నీ ఉంటాయి, బట్ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం వీటిలో మనం ప్రిమిటివ్ డేటా టైప్స్ని యూస్ చేస్తాం. సో అండ్ ప్రిమిటివ్ డేటా టైప్స్లో వచ్చేసరికి లైక్ సైజ్ అండ్ డిఫాల్ట్ లైక్ ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసుకున్నట్టయితే బైట్కి వచ్చేసరికి 1 byte 8 bits, ఒక బైట్ వచ్చేసరికి 8 bits అనేది ఆక్యుపై చేసిద్ది. సో షార్ట్ వచ్చేసరికి 2 bytes 16 bits ఆక్యుపై చేసిద్ది. అండ్ స్టోర్స్ హోల్ నెంబర్ ఫ్రమ్ -128 to 127. సో అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ థింగ్ ఈస్ బైట్ అనేది 4 byte ఇంట్ అనేది 4 bytes ఆక్యుపై చేసేది సచ్ యాజ్ 32 bits. యాజ్ నేను మెన్షన్ చేసినట్టు ఒక బైట్ వచ్చేసరికి 8 బిట్లు అయితే 4 × 8, సో 4 8s are 32. అండ్ ద లాంగ్ అనేది 8 bytes ఆక్యుపై చేసిద్ది. అండ్ ద ఫ్లోట్ ఆక్యుపైస్ 4 అండ్ డబల్ యాజ్ 8. చార్ అనేది మనం లైక్ దేనికి వాడతాము అంటే లైక్ లెటర్స్ సచ్ యాజ్ ABCDEFGకి వాడతాం. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు స్టోర్స్ యాజ్ ఎ సింగిల్ క్యారెక్టర్ లెటర్ ఆర్ యాస్కీ వాల్యూ అని చెప్పి. ఇప్పుడు మీరు డేటా టైప్స్ చూసారు కదా, అలాగే లైక్ దాని తర్వాత వేరియబుల్స్ అనేవి వస్తాయి. వేరియబుల్స్ అంటే ఏంటంటే నేమ్డ్ మెమరీ లొకేషన్స్. అది ఎలా పనిచేసిద్ది అంటే లైక్ ఫర్ సపోజ్ ఏ అని రాస్తే అది ఒక వేరియబుల్ లైక్ సచ్ యాజ్ ABCD అనే వేరియబుల్స్. అండ్ వేరియబుల్స్లో 3 టైప్స్ ఉంటాయి అనమాట: లోకల్ వేరియబుల్స్, స్టాటిక్ వేరియబుల్స్ అండ్ ఇన్స్టాంట్ వేరియబుల్స్. లోకల్ వేరియబుల్స్ ఏందనేదంటే లైక్ మెథడ్ లోపల క్రియేట్ అయ్యిద్ది. అండ్ స్టాటిక్ సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకున్నట్టయితే మనం డేటా టైప్ అనేది రాసాం. సో డేటా టైప్ బి అనేది రాద్దాం ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. ఆల్రెడీ నేను ఇక్కడ ఏ అనేది మెన్షన్ చేశాను కాబట్టి. అండ్ ఇది వచ్చేసరికి ఏమైంది అంటే లోకల్ వేరియబుల్ అయింది. అంటే ఏంటి అంటే ఇందాక చెప్పాను కదా లైక్ రాబోతున్న క్లాసెస్లో చెప్తాను అని. సో లోకల్ వేరియబుల్ అంటే ఏంటి అంటే లైక్ ఇట్ ఈస్ డిక్లేర్డ్ ఇన్సైడ్ ద మెయిన్ క్లాస్. అది మెయిన్ క్లాస్ లోపల మెన్షన్ అయ్యి ఉంటుంది. సో మనం ఇంకొక ప్రోగ్రామ్ అనేది రాద్దాం. సో ఇందాకటి వరకు మనం థియరీ చెప్పుకున్నాం కదా, సో ఇప్పుడు మనం లైక్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేద్దాం. సచ్ యాజ్ నేను ఇంట్ రాస్తున్నాను. సో ఇంట్ అనేది డేటా టైప్ అండ్ బి అనేది వేరియబుల్, దాన్ని స్టోర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం సచ్ యాజ్ 1. సో సెమీకాలం ఇవ్వాలన్నమాట. సెమీకాలం ప్రతి లైన్ అయిన తర్వాత ఇవ్వాలి. ఫర్ ఇక్కడ చూసుకోవచ్చు. సో నేను ఇక్కడ రన్ చేస్తాను. సో ఇక్కడ మీకు చూస్తే అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 1 వచ్చింది. సో వేరియబుల్ అనేది డిక్లేర్ చేయడానికి ఒక టైప్ ఆఫ్ సింటాక్స్ అనేది ఉండిద్ది. లైక్ ఎలా అంటే డేటా టైప్ వేరియబుల్ నేమ్. వేరియబుల్కి స్పేస్ అనేది కూడా ఇవ్వకూడదు. సో వేరియబుల్ నేమ్ ఈక్వల్ టు లైక్ నెంబర్ కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే క్యారెక్టర్ కావచ్చు, సమ్ ఎక్సెట్రా. ఇది సింటాక్స్ అయింది. సచ్ యాజ్ వేరియబుల్ని డిక్లేర్ చేయడానికి ఇది ఒక సింటాక్స్. అండ్ దాని తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు మనం నేర్చుకోబోయేది టైప్ కాస్టింగ్. టైప్ కాస్టింగ్ అంటే ఏంటంటే ఒక టైప్లో దిగురించి ఒక డేటా టైప్లో దిగురించి ఇంకొక డేటా టైప్కి కన్వర్ట్ చేయడం. లైక్ డేటా టైప్ కాస్టింగ్లో కూడా రెండు రకాలు అనేవి ఉంటాయి: ఇంప్లిసిట్ టైప్ కాస్టింగ్ అండ్ ఎక్స్ప్లిసిట్ టైప్ కాస్టింగ్. ఇంప్లిసిట్ టైప్ కాస్టింగ్ అంటే ఏంటంటే కంపైలర్ అంతా కంపైలరే వీడు పెద్దోడు అని అదంతా అదే కంపైల్ చేసిద్ది. లైక్ ఎలా అంటే మీకు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూపిస్తాను. సో చూడండి, ఇప్పుడు లాంగ్ సి అనుకుందాం. సి ఈక్వల్ టు బి. ఇందాక నేను చూపించాను కదా. సో ఎలా అంటే నేను చూపించినప్పుడు అన్నిటికంటే లైక్ డబల్ అండ్ లాంగ్ అనేవి పెద్దవి. సో మనం ఇక్కడ డబల్ అనేది లాంగ్ అనేది తీసుకున్నాం. సో నేను రాస్తున్నాను చూడొచ్చు. ప్రింట్ ln సి అని రాస్తాను. సో మీరు ఇక్కడ చూస్తే ఇక్కడ నేను రన్ చేస్తున్నాను చూడండి. సో ఇక్కడ మనకి 2 ప్రింట్ అవ్వాలి. లైక్ వెయిట్ సారీ. సో ఇప్పుడు చూడండి నేను రన్ కొట్టాను. సో చూస్తే మీకు ఇక్కడ 2 సార్లు 1 అనేది ప్రింట్ అవుతుంది. సిస్టమ్ డాట్ అవుట్ డాట్ ప్రింట్ఎల్ఎన్ బి అనేది ఒకసారి ప్రింట్ అవుతుంది. అండ్ సిస్టమ్ డాట్ అవుట్ డాట్ ప్రింట్ సి. సి అనేది బి అనే దాన్ని తీసుకుంటుంది. సో ఇంట్ని డైరెక్ట్ కన్వర్ట్ చేస్తుంది. సో ఇప్పుడు మీకు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను డబల్ రాసి చూపిస్తాను. లైక్ ఎక్స్ప్లిసిట్ టైప్ కాస్టింగ్ అనేది చూపిస్తాను ఇప్పుడు. డబల్ జెడ్ ఈక్వల్ టు డబల్ అనేది పాయింట్స్లో ఉండిద్ది. దెన్ ద నెక్స్ట్ పాయింట్ ఈస్ 1.15. సో ఇక్కడ నేను జెడ్ అనేది మీకోసం ప్రింట్ చేస్తాను. అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ మీరు ఇప్పుడు ఈ డేటాని ఇంట్లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. సో ఇంట్ బి, ఇక్కడ కూడా జెడ్ రాయండి. సో ఇక్కడ కూడా మీరు బి అనే దాన్ని కన్వర్ట్ చేయాలి. సో ఇక్కడ నేను ప్రింట్ చేస్తే చూడొచ్చు, అదిగోండి ఎర్రర్ అని చూపిస్తుంది. ఎందుకు అంటే ఇందాక కంపైలర్ అనేది కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోగలిగింది, బట్ ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూస్తే కంపైలర్ అనేది కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోలేకపోతుంది. సో మనం ఇక్కడ ఏం చేయాలి అంటే ఇక్కడ మనం ఏ డేటా టైప్ అయితే ఇస్తామో ఇంటికి ఐ మీన్ బికి ముందర ఆ డేటా టైప్ బ్రాకెట్లో వేయాలి. సో ఇప్పుడు నేను రన్ చేస్తాను. సో చూడండి, సో వెయిట్ ఇంకొక సెకండ్. సో ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ మీకోసం రన్ చేస్తాను. సో చూడొచ్చు ఇక్కడ సిస్టమ్ డాట్ అవుట్ డాట్ ప్రింట్ఎల్ఎన్లో జెడ్ అనే దగ్గర 1.15 అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది. ఆ తర్వాత బి అనేది మన ఎక్స్ప్లిసిట్ టైప్ కాస్టింగ్. అంటే ఇక్కడ కంపైలర్కి మనం చెప్తున్నాం, బాబు నువ్వు డబల్లో ఉన్నది ఇంట్గా మార్చు, అంటే హోల్ నెంబర్స్గా మార్చు. లైక్ డబల్ అనేది డెసిమల్ నెంబర్స్ అండ్ ఇంటీజర్ అండ్ లాంగ్ అనేది హోల్ నెంబర్స్, అంటే 0 దగ్గర స్టార్ట్ అవుతాయి. లైక్ -1 లైక్ అలా కూడా ఉంటాయి. ఇవాళ మనం ఆపరేటర్స్ గురించి చెప్పుకుందాం. ఆపరేటర్స్ ఆర్ స్పెషల్ సింబల్స్ దట్ పర్ఫార్మ్ స్పెసిఫిక్ ఆపరేషన్స్ ఆన్ వేరియబుల్స్ అండ్ వాల్యూస్. అవి ఏంటంటే అవి ఒక స్పెషల్ సింబల్స్ అన్నమాట. అవి కొన్ని స్పెసిఫిక్ ఆపరేషన్స్ ఆన్ వేరియబుల్స్ అండ్ వాల్యూస్ మీద పనిచేస్తుంది. కొన్ని ఆపరేటర్స్ ఏమిటి అంటే అర్థమెటిక్ ఆపరేటర్స్, యూనరీ ఆపరేటర్స్, అసైన్మెంట్ ఆపరేటర్, రిలేషనల్ ఆపరేటర్, లాజికల్ ఆపరేటర్, టర్నరీ ఆపరేటర్, బిట్వైజ్ ఆపరేటర్, షిఫ్ట్ ఆపరేటర్స్. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం అర్థమెటిక్ ఆపరేటర్స్ గురించి చెప్పుకుందాం. అర్థమెటిక్ ఆపరేటర్స్ ఆర్ ద ఆపరేటర్స్ విచ్ ఆర్ యూజ్డ్ ఫర్ బేసిక్ మ్యాథమెటికల్ సింబల్స్. లైక్ ఎలా అంటే ప్లస్, మైనస్ ఇలా వాడతారు. యూనినరీ ఆపరేటర్స్ లైక్ ఎలా వాడతారంటే ప్లస్, మైనస్, ఇంక్రిమెంట్, డిక్రిమెంట్. అసైన్మెంట్ ఆపరేటర్స్ వచ్చేసరికి ప్లస్ ఈక్వల్ టు, మైనస్ ఈక్వల్ టు, మాడ్యులస్ ఈక్వల్ టు, సో అలా వాడతారు. సో రిలేషనల్ ఆపరేటర్స్ వచ్చేసరికి డబల్ ఈక్వల్ టు అండ్ ఎక్సెట్రా. సారీ, లాజికల్ ఆపరేటర్స్ వచ్చేసరికి ఆర్ అండ్ నార్ గేట్. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం విఎస్ కోడ్లో రన్ చేసి చూద్దాం అర్థమెటిక్ ఆపరేటర్స్. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు, ఇన్ ఏ ఈక్వల్ టు 10, ఇంట్ బి ఈక్వల్ టు 20, ఇంట్ సి. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు ఇక్కడ ప్లస్ అనేది ఒక ఆపరేటర్. సో తర్వాత మీరు చూడొచ్చు సిస్టమ్ డాట్ అవుట్ డాట్ ప్రింట్ఎల్ఎన్ ద సమ్ ఆఫ్ ఏ ప్లస్ బి. ఇప్పుడు చూసుకోవచ్చు మీరు ఇక్కడ 10 ప్లస్ 20 అనేది 30 అనేది ప్రింట్ అవ్వాలి. సో వెయిట్, యా ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ద సమ్ ఆఫ్ ఏ అండ్ బి ఈస్ 30 అని వస్తుంది. సో ఇప్పుడు అదే నేను ఇక్కడ మైనస్గా చేంజ్ చేస్తాను. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు. సో ఇక్కడ మనం ఏం రాయాలంటే బి మైనస్ ఏ రాయాలి, ఎందుకంటే బి అనేది పెద్దది కాబట్టి కంపేర్ టు ఏ. సో ఇక్కడ మనం సి అనేది రాస్తాం. సో ఇక్కడ నేను రన్ చేస్తాను. సో మీరు చూస్తున్నట్టయితే ఇక్కడ నేను రన్ చేస్తున్నాను. చూడండి ద సమ్ ఆఫ్ ఏ ప్లస్ బి ఈస్ 10. సో ఇక్కడ డిఫరెన్స్ అనేది రావాలి. సో అది దాని తర్వాత లైక్ మల్టిప్లికేషన్ చేద్దాం. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు 20 ఇంటూ 10 అంటే 200 రావాలి. సో ఇక్కడ ప్రోడక్ట్ అనేది కూడా మారుద్దాం. ద ప్రోడక్ట్ పిఆర్ఓ పియుసిటి. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే నేను రన్ చేస్తాను. చూడండి ద ప్రొడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఏ అండ్ బి ఈస్ 200. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు. అలానే మనకి డివిజన్ సింబల్ ఉండిద్ది. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు అంటే ఏంటంటే 20 డివైడెడ్ బై 10 అంటే 2 అనేది కోఎఫిషియంట్ మనది. సో ఇక్కడ మనం రాద్దాం డివిజన్ అని. సో నేను రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 2 అనేది వచ్చింది. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు, చెప్పా కదా, ద డివిజన్ ఆఫ్ ఏ అండ్ బి ఈస్ 2. అంటే ఏమవుతుంది అంటే లైక్ కమింగ్స్ సి ఈక్వల్ టు 20 డివైడెడ్ బై 10. సో ఇది జరుగుతుంది. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇది మాడ్యులస్ రాసుకోవచ్చు. మాడ్యులస్ ఏం చేసిద్ది అంటే మనకి రిమైండర్ అనేది ఇచ్చింది. సో ఇక్కడ మనకి ఈ ప్రోగ్రాంలో రిమైండర్ అనేది 0 వచ్చింది. సో ద రిమైండర్ అని రాసుకుందాం, ఆర్ఈఎం అని రాద్దాం. సో ఇప్పుడు నేను రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. సో చూడొచ్చు, ద రిమైండర్ ఆఫ్ ఏ అండ్ బి ఈస్ 10. సో మాడ్యులస్ అనేది రిమైండర్, డివిజన్, మల్టిప్లికేషన్, ఎడిషన్ అండ్ సబ్ట్రాక్షన్, ఇవన్నీ అర్థమెటిక్స్ అంటే బేసిక్ మ్యాథమెటిక్స్ లో వాడతారు కాబట్టి ఇది అర్థమెటిక్ ఆపరేషన్స్. సో నెక్స్ట్ వచ్చేసరికి యూనరీ ఆపరేటర్స్. యూనరీ ఆపరేటర్స్ అనేది దేనికి వాడతారంటే సమ్ స్పెసిఫిక్ వేరియబుల్స్ని అసైన్ చేయడం కోసం వాడతారు. సో అదే కోడ్లో చూపిస్తాను. సో ఇదే ఉందనుకోండి. సో ఇక్కడ మనం int ఆఫ్ -a. సో ఇక్కడ b రాస్తాను. సో నేను ఇది క్లియర్ చేస్తాను. సో ఇక్కడ మీకు రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. సో చూడొచ్చు, -10 అనేది ప్రింట్ అవుతుంది. సో అదే ఇక్కడ నేను మైనస్ అనేది ఉంచితే చూసుకోవచ్చు, ఇక్కడ మైనస్ అనేది ఉంచితే మీకు ఇక్కడ లైక్ బి దగ్గర ప్లస్ అనేది వచ్చింది. సో రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను కోడ్. సో చూడొచ్చు 10 అనేది ప్రింట్ అవుతుంది. సో ఇప్పుడు యూనరీ ఆపరేటర్స్లో 2 ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట, ఇంక్రిమెంట్ అండ్ డిక్రిమెంట్ అని. ఇంక్రిమెంట్ అనేది ఎలా పనిచేసిద్ది అంటే ప్లస్ ప్లస్, అండ్ డిక్రిమెంట్ అనేది ఎలా పనిచేసిద్ది అంటే మైనస్ మైనస్. దీంట్లో కూడా ఇంక్రిమెంట్ అండ్ డిక్రిమెంట్లో కూడా ప్రీ ఇంక్రిమెంట్, పోస్ట్ డిక్రిమెంట్ అని 2 ఉంటాయి. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు నేను మీకు చూపిస్తాను, ప్లస్ ప్లస్ ఆఫ్ ఏ సెమీకోలం. ఇప్పుడు నేను మీకు ఏని ప్రింట్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. అంటే ఏ ఏమైంది అంటే అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చేసరికి -9 అనేది వచ్చింది. సో నేను క్లియర్ చేస్తున్నాను అండ్ రన్ చేస్తున్నాను కోడ్. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు, చెప్పినట్టే 9 వచ్చింది. సో ఇక్కడ నేను మళ్ళీ పోస్ట్ ఇంక్రిమెంట్ చేస్తున్నాను. పోస్ట్ ఇంక్రిమెంట్ చేసిన అది ఆన్సర్ అనేది 9 వచ్చింది, -9 అని వచ్చింది. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు ఇక్కడ ఎందుకు ఇలా జరుగుతుంది, ప్రీకి ప్రోకి ఎక్కడ తేడా వచ్చింది అంటే మీకు రాబోతున్న క్లాసెస్లో తేడా అనేది తెలిసిద్ది. సో ఎట్ ప్రెసెంట్ మీకు ప్రీ ఇంక్రిమెంట్ అంటే కంపైలర్కి చెప్పిద్ది, నువ్వు కంపైల్ చేసే ముందరే దాన్ని యాడ్ చేయి, ఒక +1 అనేది యాడ్ చేయి. అదే పోస్ట్ ఇంక్రిమెంట్ అంటే కంపైల్ అయిన తర్వాత యాడ్ చేయని చెప్పిద్ది. సో అలానే డిక్రిమెంట్ కూడా జరిగిద్ది. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకున్నట్టయితే మైనస్ మైనస్ అనేది రాస్తాను, కంపైల్ చేస్తాను. సో రన్ చేస్తున్నాను కోడ్ అనేది. సో చూడొచ్చు -11 అనేది వచ్చింది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏ మైనస్ మైనస్ రాసినా కూడా అంతే వచ్చింది. అండ్ దాని తర్వాత వచ్చేసరికి అసైన్మెంట్ ఆపరేటర్. చెప్పినట్టే అసైన్మెంట్ ఆపరేటర్ అనేది అసైన్ చేయడానికి వాడతారు. ఎలాగంటే కోడ్లో చూపిస్తాను. సో వెయిట్. సో ఇక్కడ ఏకి మైనస్ అనేది కూడా తీసేద్దాం. సో ఇక్కడ ఏ ప్లస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 5 అని రాద్దాం. సో ఇప్పుడు అవుట్పుట్ అనేది ఎలా జరిగిద్ది అంటే సో ఏ ఈక్వల్ టు 10 ప్లస్ 5 అనేది అయితే జరిగిద్ది. అంటే అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చేసరికి ఏమైంది అంటే 15 అనేది అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చింది. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు, నేను ఇక్కడ రన్ చేయబోతున్నాను కోడ్ని. ఫస్ట్ క్లియర్ చేస్తాను విండోని. ఇప్పుడు రన్ చేస్తున్నాను. సో మీరు చూడొచ్చు, రన్ చేసిన తర్వాత 15 అనేది వచ్చింది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఇక్కడ మైనస్ అనేది రాస్తాను. సో మైనస్ అనేది రాస్తే గెస్ చేయండి ఇక్కడ ఏం జరిగిద్దో. నేను అంతలోకి రన్ చేస్తాను. సో చూడొచ్చు ఇక్కడ మీకు -5 అనేది వచ్చింది. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం మల్టిప్లై చేద్దాము. సో ఇక్కడ మనం మల్టిప్లై చేస్తే ఏమైంది అంటే 10 × 5 50 అనేది అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చింది. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకున్నట్టయితే చెప్పినట్టే 50 వచ్చింది. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు మనం డివిజన్ చేసామనుకోండి. సో ఇక్కడ ఏమైంది అంటే 10 డివైడెడ్ బై 5 ఆన్సర్ ఎంత వచ్చింది గెస్ చేయండి 2. సో ఇక్కడ నేను రన్ చేస్తున్నాను. సో చూడొచ్చు మీకు అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 2 వచ్చింది. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అదే ఇప్పుడు నేను మాడ్యులస్ అనేది ఇచ్చాను అనుకోండి, అంటే రిమైండర్ అనేది 0 వచ్చింది. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు చెప్పినట్టే 0 వచ్చింది. అండ్ ఇది అసైన్మెంట్ ఆపరేటర్ గురించి. అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ థింగ్ ఈస్ రిలేషనల్ ఆపరేటర్. రిలేషనల్ ఆపరేటర్ అనేది దేనికి వాడతారంటే 2 వేరియబుల్స్ని కంపేర్ చేయడానికి వాడతారు. లైక్ ఇప్పుడు నేను మీకు చూపిస్తాను, వెయిట్. మనం ఇంట్ బి అనేది రాద్దాం. లైక్ ఇంట్ బి ఈక్వల్ టు 20. సో ఇప్పుడు బూలియన్ రిజల్ట్ అనే దాంట్లో మనం స్టోర్ చేసుకుందాం ఇప్పుడు. సో రిజల్ట్ ఏ డబల్ ఈక్వల్ టు బి. ఇక్కడ మనం కంపైలర్ని అడుగుతున్నాము ఎలా అంటే 10 అనేది 20కి ఈక్వల్ అని అడుగుతున్నాము. అది నో అని చెప్పింది, సచ్ యాజ్ ఫాల్స్. మీరు అవుట్పుట్లో చూడొచ్చు. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూడొచ్చు ఫాల్స్ అనేది వచ్చింది. సో అలానే గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ఆర్ ఈక్వల్ టు సింబల్ అంటే ఏంటి అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏం చెప్తుందంటే ఏ అనేది కంపైలర్కి గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ఆర్ ఈక్వల్ టు బి అని చెప్తుంది. అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది అంటే 10 ఈస్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ఆర్ ఈక్వల్ టు 20. అది ఫాల్స్ కాబట్టి ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఫాల్స్ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో రన్ చేస్తున్నాను కోడ్. సో ఇక్కడ మళ్ళీ మీకు ఫాల్స్ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో ఫర్ సపోజ్ ఇక్కడ మీకు ఏ అనేది కూడా 20 చేశాను అనుకోండి, ఇక్కడ మనకి ట్రూ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది అవుట్పుట్లో. సో చూడండి, సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు ట్రూ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో అలానే ఇది లైక్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సింబల్ ఉంచొచ్చు, లెస్ దాన్ సింబల్ ఉండిద్ది, అండ్ సమ్ అదర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ మీరు ఎక్స్ప్లోర్ చేయండి నేను చెప్పడం కంటే, అప్పుడు మీకు బాగా అర్థమైద్ది. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇంకొకటి యూజ్ చేస్తాం, నాట్ ఈక్వల్ టు. సో ఇది ఏం చెప్పిద్ది అంటే, సో ఇక్కడ మనం మీ అనేది 10గా మార్చేద్దాం. ఇక్కడ ఏం చెప్పిద్ది అంటే కంపైలర్కి రిజల్ట్లో 10 అనేది నాట్ ఈక్వల్ టు 20. అది కరెక్టే కదా. సో అందుకని మనకి ట్రూ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది అవుట్పుట్లో. సో ఇక్కడ నేను మీకు రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. సో చూడొచ్చు ఇక్కడ మనకి ట్రూ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది. అండ్ అంతే రిలేషనల్ ఆపరేటర్స్ అనేది. అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ వీఆర్ హెడ్డింగ్ టు లాజికల్ ఆపరేటర్స్. ద నెక్స్ట్ టాపిక్ ఆఫ్ ద రిలేషనల్ ఆపరేటర్స్ ఏంటి అంటే లాజికల్ ఆపరేటర్స్. లాజికల్ ఆపరేటర్స్ ఎందుకు వాడతారు అంటే కంబైన్ కండిషనల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్. కండిషనల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ అనేది మీకు రాబోతున్న క్లాసెస్లో చెప్తాను. ఇప్పుడు ఫర్దర్గా లాజికల్ ఆపరేటర్స్ అనేది మనం కోడింగ్లో చూద్దాం. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం లైక్ లాజికల్ ఆపరేటర్స్ చేద్దాం. సో ఇక్కడ బూలియన్ ఏ ఈక్వల్ టు ట్రూ అనేది ఇద్దాం, అండ్ బూలియన్ బి అనేది ఫాల్స్ అనేది ఇద్దాం. సో ఇక్కడ మనం చూడొచ్చు ఇక్కడ రిజల్ట్ అనేది తీసేసి ఏ ఎండ్ బి అని ఇచ్చాం. సో ఇక్కడ ఏ ఎండ్ బి అనేది ఇస్తే సో ఇక్కడ ఏమైంది అంటే ఫాల్స్ అనేది అయింది. సో ఇక్కడ మీకు కోడ్ అనేది రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు ఇక్కడ ఫాల్స్ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో మీకు ఇప్పుడు దీనికి అర్థం అవ్వాలి అంటే నేను మీకు ఎండ్ గేట్ లైక్ లాజికల్ గేట్స్ యొక్క ట్రూత్ టేబుల్ అనేది చూపించబోతున్నాను. సో ఎండ్ గేట్ ఎలా పనిచేసిద్ది అంటే 2 ట్రూ అయితేనే అది ట్రూ అనేది ఇచ్చింది. ఏదో రెండిట్లో ఒకటి ఫాల్స్ ఉన్నా అది ఫాల్స్ అని ఇచ్చింది. నాట్ గేట్ అలా కాదు, ట్రూ అని ఇస్తే ఫాల్స్ అని ఇచ్చింది, ఫాల్స్ అని ఇస్తే ట్రూ అని ఇచ్చింది అవుట్పుట్లో. సో ఆర్ గేట్ ఎలా పనిచేసిద్ది అంటే రెండిట్లో ఒకటైనా ట్రూ ఉంటే ట్రూ అనేది ఇచ్చింది, రెండిట్లో ఒక్కటి ఫాల్స్ ఉన్నా ఫాల్స్ అనేది ఇయ్యదు, రెండు కంపల్సరీ ఫాల్స్ అయ్యి ఉంటేనే ఫాల్స్ అనేది ఇచ్చింది. అలానే ఎక్స్ఆర్ గేట్ కూడా. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం కోడ్లోనే చూస్తున్నాం. సో ఇక్కడ మనం ఎండ్ గేట్ యూస్ చేసి చేస్తున్నాం. సో ఇప్పుడు నేను ఆర్ గేట్ చేస్తాను. సో చూడొచ్చు. సో ఇక్కడ మీకు ఏం రావాలి అంటే ట్రూ అనేది రావాలి. సో ఇక్కడ నేను మీకు రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను కోడ్ని. సో మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు ఇక్కడ ట్రూ అనేది వచ్చింది. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు నేను ఎక్స్ఆర్ గేట్ అనేది యూస్ చేస్తాను. చూడండి ట్రూ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయ్యేసరికి. అండ్ బిట్వైజ్ ఆపరేటర్. బిట్వైజ్ ఆపరేటర్ అనేది ఎందుకు వాడతారంటే కొన్ని స్పెసిఫిక్ ఫంక్షన్స్లో లైక్ ఇండివిజువల్ బిట్స్గా కన్వర్ట్ చేయడానికి వాడతారు. సో బిట్వైజ్ ఆపరేటర్స్లో కూడా మరి కొన్ని రకాలు ఉన్నాయి. అవి ఏమిటి అంటే ఎండ్ ఆపరేటర్, ఆర్, ఎక్స్ఓఆర్, బైనరీ వన్స్ కాంప్లిమెంట్, లెఫ్ట్ షిఫ్ట్, రైట్ షిఫ్ట్. వీటి గురించి వాళ్ళు మనం తెలుసుకుందాం. సో ఇంట్ ఏ ఈక్వల్ టు 25 సెమికాలం, ఇంట్ బి ఈక్వల్ టు 15 సెమికాలం. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఎండ్ ఆపరేటర్ వాడి అవుట్పుట్ ఎలా వచ్చింది అనేది చూద్దాం. సో ఫస్ట్ దానికి అవుట్పుట్ కంటే ముందల మీకు ఎలా వర్క్ అయ్యిద్ది అనేది చెప్తాను. సో ఏ అనేది బైనరీ ఫార్మాట్గా కన్వర్ట్ అయ్యింది. ఎలాగా అంటే 110001. సో 15 కూడా ఎలా మారిద్ది అంటే 0 1 1 1 1 4 zeros వచ్చాయి. ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు ఈ ఎండ్ ఆపరేటర్కి వచ్చేసరికి ఎలా పనిచేసిద్ది అంటే ఇక్కడ మీకు పైన చూపిస్తాను. సో ఎండ్ ఆపరేటర్ వచ్చేసరికి 1 వస్తేనే అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 1 వచ్చింది, లేదా 1 కానీ 0 కానీ ఉంటే 0నే వచ్చింది అవుట్పుట్, లేదా 1 ఉన్నా 0నే వచ్చింది. అండ్ దాని తర్వాత 0 ఉన్నా 0నే వచ్చింది అవుట్పుట్. సో మీకు అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చేసరికి గెస్ చేయొచ్చు ఇక్కడ. సో దాన్ని రాస్తున్నాను నేను. 1 0 ఉంది, సో 0నే అయింది. 1 లైక్ వెయిట్ 0 1 0 0 1. సో మీకు అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చేసరికి 9 అనేది వచ్చింది అవుట్పుట్. సో లెట్స్ రన్ ద ప్రోగ్రామ్. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు 9 అనేది వచ్చింది అవుట్పుట్. అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ ఆపరేటర్ ఈస్ ఆర్ ఆపరేటర్. ఆర్ ఆపరేటర్ ఎలా వర్క్ అయిద్దంటే చెప్తాను ఆగండి. ఆర్ ఆపరేటర్ వచ్చేసరికి 1 ఉంటే 1 ప్రింట్ అయింది, అండ్ 0 ఉంటే 0 ఉన్నా 1 ప్రింట్ అయింది, 1 ఉన్నా 1 అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో మీరు ఇక్కడ గెస్ చేయొచ్చు అవుట్పుట్ ఏంటనేది, లేదా నేను రాస్తాను. సో 1 0 ఉంది, 1 1 1 1 1. సో అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 31 వచ్చింది. సో ఇక్కడ రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. సో చూడొచ్చు అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 31 వచ్చింది. అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ XOR. XORకి ఎలా పనిచేసిద్ది అంటే జీరోస్ అండ్ జీరోస్ ఉంటే 0 ప్రింట్ అయింది, అండ్ వన్స్ ఉన్న 0 ప్రింట్ అయింది. అది కాకుండా 1 0 ఉంటే 1 అనేది ఇచ్చింది, 0 1 ఉంటే 1 ఇచ్చింది. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు గెస్ చేయండి, అంతలోపు నేను రాస్తాను. సో అవుట్పుట్ 1 1 ఉంది, 0 వచ్చింది, 0 1 ఉంది, 1 వచ్చింది, 0 1 ఉంది, 1 వచ్చింది, 0. సో మనం ఇక్కడ సింబల్ మార్చాలి, XOR సింబల్ పెట్టాలి. అండ్ రన్ చేస్తాను, గెస్ చేయండి అంతలోకి. ద అవుట్పుట్ విల్ బీ 22. సో చూసుకోవచ్చు, లైక్ ఈ సింబల్ కూడా మార్చాలి. సో ద అవుట్పుట్ విల్ బీ 22. అండ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ ఆపరేటర్ ఈస్ బైనరీ వన్స్ కాంప్లిమెంట్. బైనరీ వన్స్ కాంప్లిమెంట్ అనేది ఏం చేసిద్ది అంటే లైక్ ఎలా అంటే 1 అని ఉంటే అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 0గా ఇచ్చింది, అండ్ 0 అనేది ఉంటే 1 అనేది అవుట్పుట్గా ఇచ్చింది. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏకి కాంప్లిమెంట్ తీద్దాం. సో లైక్ బైనరీ వన్స్ కాంప్లిమెంట్ అనేది ఎస్కేప్ సింబల్ కింద ఉండిద్ది. సో మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు 1కి లైక్ ఏకి 25 ఉంది. సో 1 ఉన్న ప్రతి చోట 0 అనేది వచ్చింది, 0 0 1 1 0. సో అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చేసరికి ఇది కూడా మారుతాం. సో అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చేసరికి లైక్ ఫస్ట్ క్లియర్ ద అవుట్పుట్. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు రన్ చేద్దాం కోడ్ని. సో మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు కాంప్లిమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఏ అనేది -26 వచ్చింది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఆ 26ని మనం లైక్ 8 రాద్దాం ఫర్ సపోజ్. సో ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ రన్ చేసి చూద్దాం. ఈ బైనరీ వన్స్ కాంప్లిమెంట్ అనేది ఎక్కడ వాడతారు అంటే లైక్ ప్లస్ ఉన్న సింబల్ని మైనస్గా చేంజ్ చేయడానికి, మైనస్ ఉన్న సింబల్ని ప్లస్గా చేంజ్ చేయడానికి అవుట్పుట్లో. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు ఏ అనేది -9 అనేది వచ్చింది. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం లెఫ్ట్ షిఫ్ట్ ఆపరేటర్ గురించి చూద్దాం. సో లెఫ్ట్ షిఫ్ట్ ఆపరేటర్ వచ్చేసరికి ఫస్ట్ ఇది ఏ, లెఫ్ట్ షిఫ్ట్ 1. సో మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు 1 0 0 0. సో ఇది జరిగిద్ది. సో ఇక్కడ ఏమైద్ది అంటే లెఫ్ట్ షిఫ్ట్ ఆఫ్ 1 అంటే ఏమైద్ది అంటే ఇంకొక 0 అనేది ఇక్కడ యాడ్ చేసిద్ది. ఒకవేళ ఇక్కడ 2 ఉందనుకోండి, ఇక్కడ 2 zeros యాడ్ చేసిద్ది. సో ఫర్ సపోజ్ ఇప్పుడు మనం 1 అని రాద్దాం. 1 అనేది రాస్తే ఏమైద్ది అంటే అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 16 అయింది. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం కోడ్ అనేది రన్ చేద్దాం. సో చూసారా 16 వచ్చింది అవుట్పుట్ అనేది. అండ్ దాని తర్వాత వచ్చేసరికి రైట్ షిఫ్ట్ ఆపరేటర్ అనేది ఏం చేసిద్ది అంటే ఒక జీరోని తీసేసుకుండిద్ది. లైక్ మనం ఎన్ని నెంబర్లు అయితే ఇచ్చామో అన్ని నెంబర్లు తీసేసుకుండిద్ది. సో వెయిట్. సో ఇప్పుడు దీని అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చేసరికి 4 అయింది. సో నేను రన్ చేస్తున్న కోడ్. సో మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 4 వచ్చింది. అండ్ దట్స్ ఆల్ ఫర్ టుడే గైస్. మనం కండిషనల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ గురించి చెప్పుకుందాం. అసలు కండిషనల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్ అంటే ఏంటంటే అవి ఒక డిఫరెంట్ యాక్షన్స్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ డిఫరెంట్ కండిషన్స్కి తగ్గట్టు అవి అవుట్పుట్ అనేవి ప్రింట్ చేస్తాయి. వాటిట్లో కొన్ని వచ్చేసరికి ఇఫ్ స్టేట్మెంట్, ఇఫ్ ఎల్స్, రాస్తాను ఆగండి మీకోసం. లైక్ ఇఫ్ కామా ఇఫ్ ఎల్స్ కామా నెస్టెడ్ ఇఫ్, స్విచ్, టర్నరీ ఆపరేటర్, అండ్ ఇఫ్ ఎల్స్ ఇఫ్. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఫస్ట్ ఇఫ్ గురించి చెప్పుకుందాం. ఇఫ్ అనేది ఏంటంటే ఒక కోడ్ అనేది కండిషన్ అనేది సాటిస్ఫై అవుతుందా లేదా చెప్పిద్ది. లైక్ ఇఫ్ దాని సింటాక్స్ వచ్చేసరికి ఇఫ్ అని రాసి కండిషన్ రాస్తాం. సో కండిషన్ రాస్తాం, అది కనుక ట్రూ అయితే ఇక్కడ మనం అవుట్పుట్ రాస్తాం. కోడ్ టు బి ఎగ్జిక్యూటెడ్ ఇఫ్ కండిషన్ ఇస్ ట్రూ. ఇక్కడ మనం రాసిన కండిషన్ కనుక ట్రూ అనేది అయితే ఇక్కడ అవుట్పుట్ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనం ఇంట్ ఏ ఈక్వల్ టు 10 అని ఇద్దాం. సో ఇక్కడ ఇఫ్ ఏ ఈస్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ 0 లేదా 5 అని ఇద్దాం. సో ఇక్కడ మనకు వచ్చేసరికి అవుట్పుట్ ఏం రావాలంటే చూసుకోవచ్చు సిస్టమ్ డాట్ అవుట్ డాట్ ప్రింట్ఎల్ఎన్ ఏ అనేది గ్రేటర్ దాన్ 5 అని వచ్చింది. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం కోడ్ అనేది రన్ చేసి చూద్దాం. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు ఏ ఈజ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ 5 అని వస్తుంది. సో ఇదొక మెథడ్. అండ్ ఇలా కాదు అంటే మనం టర్నరీ ఆపరేటర్ని వాడచ్చు. టర్నరీ ఆపరేటర్ అనేది ఏం చేసిద్ది అంటే సింగిల్ లైన్లో అవుట్పుట్ అనేది మనకి చెప్పింది. సో వెయిట్, ఇదంతా తీసేద్దాం. int b ఈక్వల్ టు ఏ ఈజ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ 5. టర్నరీ ఆపరేటర్ సింటాక్స్ వచ్చేసరికి కండిషన్, దాని తర్వాత క్వశ్చన్ మార్క్ వచ్చింది, దాని తర్వాత ట్రూ అయితే ఇప్పుడు మనం రాయాలి లైక్ ఏ ఈస్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ 5 అండ్ ఆర్ ఏ ఈస్ లెస్ దాన్ 5. ఇప్పుడు మనం కోడ్ అనేది రన్ చేద్దాం. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు 2 ఎర్రర్స్ అనేది చెప్తుంది. ఫస్ట్ ఎర్రర్ వచ్చేసరికి స్ట్రింగ్ కెనాట్ బి కన్వర్టెడ్ ఇంటూ ఇంట్. అంటే ఇది స్ట్రింగ్లో ఉంది, మనం ఇక్కడ రాసింది లైక్ ఇక్కడ ఇంట్లో ఉంది, ఇక్కడ మనం రాసింది స్ట్రింగ్లో ఉంది. సో అందుకని కన్వర్ట్ అనేది అవ్వదు అని చెప్తుంది. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేయాలంటే దీన్ని మార్చాలి. లైక్ ఎలాగా అంటే లేదా వేరే వేరియబుల్ తీసుకుందాం, సచ్ యాస్ ఇంట్ సి అనేది 5 అనేది స్టోర్ చేసుకుందాం అనుకుందాం. సో ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు సి అనేది రాసామనుకోండి, ఒకవేళ కరెక్ట్ అయితే ఏ అనేది ప్రింట్ చేయాలి. ఏది గ్రేటర్ అయితే ఏ కానీ బి కానీ ఏది గ్రేటర్ అయితే అది ప్రింట్ చేయాలి. సో ఇక్కడ మనం ఇది రాసాం. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం బిని ప్రింట్ చేద్దాం. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం బిని ప్రింట్ చేస్తే బిలో ఏది స్టోర్ అయింది అనేది మీకు తెలిసింది. సో రన్ చేస్తున్నా కోడ్ అనేది. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూడొచ్చు 10 అనేది అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చింది. ఎలాగా అంటే బి అనేది ఇక్కడ చూస్తుంది అనమాట. ఏ అనేది 10 అండ్ సి అనేది 5. 10 అనేది గ్రేటర్ దాన్ 5 అనేది అయితే ఏ అనేది ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో కాదు అంటే ఫర్ సపోజ్ ఇప్పుడు నేను 15 అనేది ప్రింట్ చేస్తున్నాను అనుకోండి. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏ అనేది గ్రేటర్ దాన్ లైక్ 10 అనేది గ్రేటర్ దాన్ 15 కాదు కాబట్టి ఈ ట్రూ వదిలేసి ఫాల్స్ స్టేట్మెంట్కి వెళ్ళింది. సో అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చేసరికి 15 అనేది వచ్చింది అవుట్పుట్ మనకి. బిలో 15 అనేది స్టోర్ అయింది. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం కోడ్ అనేది రన్ చేద్దాం. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసుకుంటే 15 అనేది వచ్చింది అవుట్పుట్. దాని తర్వాత వచ్చేసరికి ఇఫ్ ఎల్స్ స్టేట్మెంట్కి వద్దాం. సో ఇఫ్ ఎల్స్ కూడా సేమ్ ఇలానే పనిచేసిద్ది. ఎలాగంటే ఇప్పుడు టర్నరీ ఇలానే లైక్ ఎలా అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఇది కనుక ట్రూ అయితే ఇది ప్రింట్ చేసిద్ది, లేకపోతే ఇది ప్రింట్ చేసిద్ది. సో మనం ఇప్పుడు ఇఫ్ ఎల్స్ స్టేట్మెంట్లో చూద్దాం. లైక్ ఎలాగంటే ఇఫ్ ఏ ఈస్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సి చూసుకోవచ్చు మనం ఇప్పుడు ప్రింట్ చేస్తాం ఏ ఈజ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సి అని, లేదా ఎల్స్ సి ఈజ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ఏ. మన నెంబర్ కూడా కావాలి కాబట్టి మనం system.out. ఇక్కడ మనకి సి ప్రింట్ అయింది. సో ఇక్కడ మనకి ఏ ప్రింట్. సో ఇప్పుడు నేను కోడ్ అనేది రన్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. అంతలోకి ఫస్ట్ క్లియర్ ద స్క్రీన్. సో చూడొచ్చు సి ఈజ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ఏ 15. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు 10 అను 15 కంపేర్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు 15 అనేది గ్రేటర్ కాబట్టి ఈ కండిషన్ అనేది ఫాల్స్ కాబట్టి ఎల్స్ బ్లాక్లోకి వచ్చింది. మీరు అనొచ్చు మళ్ళీ ఇఫ్ స్టేట్మెంట్ రాయొచ్చు కదా వై ఎల్స్ అని. ఇఫ్ స్టేట్మెంట్లో ఏమవుతుంది అంటే ప్రతిసారి మనం ఆ కండిషన్ అనేది రన్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు సమ్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ టైం అనేది తీసుకుంటుంది కంపైలర్. ఇప్పుడు వీటికి మైక్రో సెకండ్స్ లైక్ డిఫరెన్స్ వచ్చేది, కానీ కంపేర్డ్ టు పెద్ద పెద్ద ప్రాజెక్ట్స్కి వెళ్ళే కొద్దీ మీరు పెద్ద పెద్దవి చేసే కొద్దీ టైం అనేది వేరే అయ్యేది. సో అందుకని ఎల్స్ అనేది వాడతారు. సో ఇప్పుడు నెస్టెడ్ ఇఫ్ అండ్ స్విచ్. నెస్టెడ్ ఇఫ్ గురించి చెప్పుకుందాం. సారీ ఇఫ్ ఎల్స్ ఇఫ్ గురించి చెప్పుకుందాం. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇఫ్ ఎల్స్ ఇఫ్ గురించి చెప్పుకుందాం. సో ఇఫ్ ఎల్స్ ఇఫ్ కోసం మనం 3 నెంబర్లు తీసుకుందాం. 3 నెంబర్లో ఏది పెద్దది అని చెప్పడానికి. సో ఇంట్ బి ఇస్తుంది, ఇంట్ బి 20. సో ఇక్కడ మనం రాసుకోవచ్చు లాజికల్ ఆపరేటర్ యూస్ చేస్తాం. మీకు గుర్తుంది కదా లాజికల్ ఆపరేటర్. సో అండ్ ఏ ఈస్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ బి. సో ఇప్పుడు ఈ స్టేట్మెంట్ ఏం చెప్పిద్ది అంటే ఏ అనేది సి కంటే పెద్దగా ఉన్నా బి కన్నా పెద్దగా ఉన్నా ప్రింట్ చేయమని చెప్తుంది స్టేట్మెంట్. ఓకే, అండ్ ఇప్పుడు మనం ఎల్స్ ఇఫ్స్కి వద్దాం. ఎల్స్ ఇఫ్లో ఏం రాస్తామంటే లైక్ సి అనేది ఏ కన్నా పెద్దగా ఉన్నా అండ్ సి అనేది బి కన్నా పెద్దగా ఉన్నా మనం ప్రింట్ చేయమంటాం. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఎల్స్ బ్లాక్ రాస్తాం. ఎల్స్ బ్లాక్ ఎందుకు రాస్తాము అంటే ఇక్కడ మనకు తెలిసిపోతుంది లైక్ ఎలా అంటే ఏ అనేది పెద్దది కాదు, సి అనేది పెద్దది కాదు. సో ఇప్పుడు మనకు అవుట్పుట్ ఏమొచ్చింది, ఆ రెండు కాకపోతే బి అనేది గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సి అని వచ్చింది. సో మనం చూసుకో సిస్టమ్ డాట్ అవుట్ డాట్ ప్రింట్ బి. సో ఇప్పుడు కోడ్ అనేది రన్ చేస్తాను. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూడొచ్చు బి ఈజ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ఏ అండ్ సి అని చెప్తుంది. సో బి అనేది గ్రేటర్ అనమాట సి కను ఏ కంటే. సో అవుట్పుట్ అనేది 20 ప్రింట్ అయింది. అండ్ స్విచ్ స్టేట్మెంట్ గురించి మనం రాబోతున్న క్లాసెస్లో చెప్పుకుందాం. టు డిస్కస్ అబౌట్ స్విచ్. The before videos I have told about if and if else statement. So today now I am going to tell about switch and what is the use of switch. So now I am going to write about one statement as if n double equal to 1. Now let's print as Monday. MONDY. And the second part like if n double equal to 2. So we are going to print n is Tuesday. So now I am going to give as 1. So now when I am going to run it, like you can see the output screen, you will get Monday as the output as n double equal to 1. So even though if you run this statement, it won't be stopped till the 1. It runs till the if second, if I mean in the second if, like 1 double equal to 2. Instead of using this multiple if and if else, we use switch. Switch is nothing but selects one of many code blocks to be executed, such as now as you see int n equal to 1. So the syntax for switch is s small s, and now I will write n. So now it is case 1. The syntax for switch is case 1, and now I am going to write system.out.print as Monday. So the default is the thing, like in the if else, the in switch any statement, like any case is not executed, then we will use the default state. So now I am going to erase. So case 2 and break. The indentation is not required, but I am using. It must be included. So see, the break is used for example, if I don't write the break, I will show one example. Like if we don't write the break, see, as you can see, it will run Monday and Tuesday. So the end statements, like the one will come to case 1 and it will get executed, and in the case 2 also it will be executed. But when I use the break statement, as you can see, no, okay, break. As you can see now, it will print till Monday and it will stop. See, as you can see, it will print Monday and it stops. The break is used to come out of the switch statement, like come out of statement. And the thing, now I am going to tell about the default Default is used when all the switch cases are false and it comes to as you can see invalid day. Now I am going to run the code. Like I must change the n as 3. I shall change. And now I am going to run. So you will get output as an invalid day because the n is 3. So there is no 3 in the case 1 or case 2. So it will go to the default. In the default, we have given the condition as system.out.println invalid day. It prints and gets out of the switch statement. Hello everyone. So today I am going to discuss about for loop, while loop and do while loop. In this video, I am going to tell about for loop. So why we need for loop? For an example, now I am going to print a statement. For example, like as you can see, I am going to print 1. So if I want to print 1 5 times, I want to copy the statement as system.out.println, and as you can see, now I am going to print this 1 5 times. So now I am going to run. As you can see in the output screen, it will get 5 times. So by writing this much of code, it's not much pretty use. Instead of using this, we can use for loop. So for loop is used to iterate till the number of n or till the number of the user input, such as now I am going to give as n equal to 10. So we are going to use for loop. The syntax for loop is for initialization as data type as int I equal to 0, let us take I equal to 1. So and the expression I is less than or equal to 10 and I plus plus. So now we are going to print hello world 10 times. Now I am going to run the code. See, as you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know why it printed till 10 times? Because in the code you can see the I equal to 1. So and it will go to the expression part. So I is less than or equal to 10. It's true. So it will go to system.out.println and one time it print hello world. And then after that the I plus plus gets increment. So I equal to 2 and I is less than or equal to 2. So I is less than or equal to 10. So again it's 2. So again it will print hello world. It prints till I equal to 10 because we have given the condition as I is less than or equal to 10. So it will print till the 10 and after that when I equal to 11, so we will write as I is less than or equal to 10. No, it's not the true. So it will come out of the loop. So in this case, hello world is printed 10 times. So now I am going to tell about while loop. So we will take as while. So it is same as for loop. But in the for loop, we will initialize infinite. But now I am going to initialize up. So I is less than or equal to 5. So I am going to print I am going to print the value of I. So as you can see now I am going to give I plus plus. So when I am running the code, we will get as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like wait. It is telling that I haven't given the int I. So see now I am going to run. Even though it is telling So let's give a initialization value. I'm sorry, I forgot. So now I'm going to run. So see, you can get the output as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As I have told before, it will come to the while loop I equal to 0. It's true. So it will print the value of I as 0. And then the I value gets up. So it will be as 1. So again it will go to up like comma 1. So again it will print the value of 1 after 0. So and again it will I plus plus. So it will be as 2. And that's all. Like the while loop gets executed till the I value is equal to 5. If it is 6, if the value of I is 6, the condition is not true. So it will come out of the loop. I'm going to tell about do while loop. So in do while I'm going to write I is less than or equal to 5. So I'm going to write as system.out.println I and I plus plus. So now I'm going to run the loop. As you can see, it prints like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the main difference between the while and do while loop is the while loop goes inside the loop only after checking the expression. But the do while loop, can you see after writing do, we are going to print the value of I, such as 0, and it goes to I plus plus, like it goes to 1. So now it checks the statement like 1 is less than, like 1 is less than or equal to 5. So it's true. Now if I am going to change the value of I as 0, so as you can see, now I am going to take off these comments and run. It will give me the output as 1. So wait, I haven't given the semicolon yet. See, as you can see, it will print as 0. So now I am going to write the same statement in the while loop. It won't print. As you can see, there is no output because it checks the condition like I is 0, 0 is less than or equal to, like 0 is less than 0. It's not true. So it will come out of the loop. So the main difference between the while and do while loop is do while is the one which gets the print first and checks the condition afterwards. Whereas while is the thing where it checks the condition first and then prints the output next. And today I am going to discuss some problems regarding for and while loop. So first topic we are going to do is factorial. So what is meant by factorial? A factorial is the product of integer that is the below numbers of it. For example, if I take 5, so for example 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So the output will be 120. So this is called as factorial. So today I am going to do, so public static void main. So let us take int n equal to 5. So let us take the factorial is a fact equal to 1. We must take fact is 1 because if we take 0 after multiplying all the digits, we are going to do multiply here also 0. So the output will be 0. So there is no use. So now we are going to use as factorial fact as 1. So now we are going to run the loop as I is equal to, I is less than or equal to, because it runs from 1 till 5 and it increases. So we are going to do as fact equal to fact into I. So after coming out of the loop, I am going to print system.out.println the factorial of the number. So now let me tell the code output. For example, if we take 5 as in the input, so now here I is equal to 1 and it satisfies the condition, like it satisfies the condition, so it comes in. So as you can store fact equal to 1 into 1, so it stores fact 1 and again it comes here as 2 is less than or equal to 5 and here it as 2 into 1, it stores 2 and after that dash 3 is less than or equal to 5 and after that it stores 3 into 2 as you can see, and the next thing is 4 is less than or equal to 5 and after that it stores as 6 into 4 and after 5 is greater than 5 is less than or equal to 5, the condition is true, so it will take as 24 into 5 and it goes to next step such as 6 is less than or equal to 5, it is false, so it comes out of the loop and prints the factorial of the number. So now I am going to print the factorial of 5. See, the factorial of 5 is 120. So now I am going to tell about Armstrong number. So what do you mean by Armstrong number? Armstrong is nothing but a number that the cube of the digits is equal to the number. For example, I will write as here 153. So when I take 1 cube plus 2 cube, like sorry, 5 cube plus 3 cube is equal to 153. So it is called as an Armstrong number. So now I am going to do the code. For example, let us take int n equal to 153, sum equal to 0. So for this, we are going to use the while loop. So I will tell why I am using temp and why I am storing and why I am copying the value. So let us write while n is greater than or equal to 0. So now I am going to store the last digit of the n value. So how can I store the last digit? By using mod. So by using mod n mod 10. So here it tells as 153 mod 10. It gives 3 as a last digit. It stores 3. So now I am going to do the sum. So sum equal to sum plus last digit, as I have to cube the one. So I am using last digit 3 times. And we are going to remove the 3. So as I have taken 3 and if I haven't removed the 3, it will do again 3 cube into 3 cube into 3 cube. So we have to remove the n. We can remove n by storing, I mean by dividing the 10 value. So it stores 153 division by 10 as it stores as 15. So again this 15, so for first it will go as 153 is greater than 0, it's true, and after that it goes as 15 is greater than 0, it's true, and here it takes as 15 mod 10. 15 mod 10 is equal to 5. So here it does the first sum as 0 plus 3 cube. And after that it takes as 27 3 cube and plus 5 cube. So after that it takes out the 15 value. So it becomes 1. So it runs the loop. So as after that n value becomes 1. N value becomes 0. It comes out of the loop. And after that now I am going to check the condition like the sum is equal to n. So as n is equal to 1, we can't take n. So I am temporarily storing the value of n in temp. So now I am going to check as if temp double equal to sum. I am going to write as Armstrong number. See, if temp is not equal to sum, I'm going to write it as not an Armstrong number. So now I'm going to run the loop. As you can see, there are two errors. Yeah, I have missed the semicolon here also. Sorry. So as you can see, 153 is an Armstrong number. So I'm going to try the next thing as 121. So see, it's not an Armstrong number as you can do by yourself. And welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we will dive deep into one of the most fundamental concepts of OOPS in Java. That is none other than objects and classes. If you are wondered how Java help organize complex code or how to bring real world concepts into programs, this is perfect video for you. By the end, you will have a solid understanding of objects, classes, and how to use them effectively. Let's get started. Our agenda is, so I will try to introduce two objects and classes and why objects and classes are essential in Java, structure of a class, and key concepts of attributes and methods, real world examples, and a code. So, introduction to object and class. A class is nothing but a blueprint or prototype from which objects are created. It defines properties and behavior. So object is nothing but an instance of a class. It is real world entity that has state and behavior. So let me give an example. If you take a mobile phone, it is a class. It has some properties like dimensions, camera lens, and some other properties. If you taken as an object, it has the brands like iPhone and Nokia and some other examples. And why objects and classes are essential. The advantages is en- encapsulation of data, code reusability, simplifies problem modeling, supports modularity. And encapsulation means it hides the unwanted data and only shows the important data to the user. And the structure of the class is class, class name, attributes, methods, and the components which are class declaration, attributes, and methods. Attributes are nothing but any variable that is bounded in a class is a class attribute. Any function defined within a class is a class method. And the key concepts, attributes and methods. Attributes represent the state of an object such as color and size. Methods define the behavior of an object that is nothing but an start and stop. The real world example. scenario. A class student with attributes like name, roll number, and methods like study and play. So this is a sample code. Like here we created a class called student and he has a name and roll number, and the method is void study, and he is studying. And now I will go back to the Visual Studio Code and explain for you with a real example. So now I'm going to create a file. It is none other than object. So if we take public class obj, public static void main string args. So now we have created a class and this is our main method. So let me take another class. Let us take a class name called demo. Or now I'm going to explain with an example as I have told. So let us take a calculator. So in the calculator, we have so many things such as adding, subtracting, multiplication, and division. So now I'm going to create a class called calculator. We are going to write as calculator short form. So now here we are going to give methods such as addition, subtraction, and so on. So I'm going to give public int add int a comma int b. So we can write as return a plus b, and we can write another function such as public int multiply. We can write as int a comma int b and return a into b. So if we write public void subtract int a comma int b, if we write subtract and if we use return, it will give an error. So void is nothing but it is an non-returnable type. If we give as something as data type as int or double or float, we can get a return type, but here we cannot get a return type, so we must use system dot out dot println. So now in the class we cannot directly, so if you see in this, we have to call the class and functions. So if we write as directly, we first have to declare a variable such as n1 equal to 5 and int n2 equal to 2. So if we write a function like we are going to use the multiplication, so we have to define the functions, not define the variables. So if I am going to run this code, it will show me an error. See, one second. As you can see, the syntax error for the first one is it is telling after string args we haven't put. So now again I am going to run the code. So see, as you can see, the error is the main method int is undefined for the type object. So it is asking us to define an object and then it is asking to do. So first, how to define an object? First, we have to inherit the properties of the calculator. So we have to write cal and we have to keep an object name. We can take it as O1 for example, or let's keep it as O and equal to. So we are creating a new object. So we will use a keyword called as new. So new cal colon comma. So even though if I try to run this code, it will give an error. It is telling the main method mul is undefined for the type of an object. So it is asking to define. So we will give as o dot mul. As now it will return an output. It doesn't return an output. It will store the value of 5 into 2. Here it will take a as a as n1 as 5 and b as 2. Now it will give an output of 5 into 2. As we all know, 5 into 2 output gives 10. So it will store the value of 10, but it will not print the value of 10. So here we have to declare another variable to store. So we will give as result equal to o dot n, and we are going to print that with system dot out dot println. Yes. So, and now I'm going to run the code. See, as you can see, we got another exception in thread unresolved complication. So it is giving an error that exception in thread java.lang unresolved complication problem. The public type call must be defined in its own file. So as we have declared here the cal.java, so I have to replace it with obj.java. That's the error it is telling. So now if you try to run the code till you can see its own problem. So wait. As you can see the error, it is telling unresolved complication problem. The public type cal must be defined in its own file. So now I am going to remove the public. As you can see, the errors have been resolved. And yeah, if you see the output, we got as 10. So if we do the subtraction for the same thing, I am going to take as 4 dot sub n1 comma n2. See, as I'm going to run the code, I will get as 3 comma 10. As the 5 comma 2 will call the subclass, it will go to the first, it will go to the calculator class, and it will check for the method of sub. If there is a sub, it will go to n1 place a and n2 place b. So it will do as 5 minus 2, it gives an output as 3, and so on. So if there are any video, I will break down a topic that every Java programmer needs to know: JVM, JDK, and JRE. By the end of this video, you will have a crystal clear understanding of how these three components work together to power Java applications. So let's dive in. So what is a JVM? The JVM is a Java virtual machine is an engine that provides a runtime environment to execute Java bytecode. So the first piece of the puzzle is the JVM. Think of a JVM as an engine that drives your Java program. Here, how it works: the JVM takes the bytecode and it converts it into machine specific code. It also manages memory through garbage collections, ensuring your programs runs effectively. Most importantly, the JVM ensures Java's write once run anywhere Aura capability by abstracting system details. Without JVM, your Java program is a bunch of unreadable bytecode. And the next thing is JDK. And JDK is Java Development Kit. It is the JDK is a complete package for developers. It has environment for building applications, applets, and etc. The JDK is it has the key components such as compiler, converts source code into bytecode. It has debugger, and the JRE provides the runtime environment for the Java programs. The JDK is required for developing Java applications. And the last but not the least is the JRE, Java Runtime Environment. The JRE provides the libraries and resources needed to run the Java applications. The key components are JVM, executes Java bytecode, and the core libraries and supporting files execution. The JRE does not include developing tools. So now I will draw a diagram. I am not a perfect artist to draw, but please try to understand. So this is a person who writes the Java code. In the computer. So let us take it as J, and it is compiled by the compiler, and let us take it as C, and then the compiler converts it as the bytecode. Let us take it as byte, and the next thing is the bytecode is sent into the JVM. So the JVM has, so already it will have the JVM. In that JVM we will have the file, and above the JVM we have JRE. It is nothing but Java runtime JRE. And above that we have the JDK Java Development Kit. So the bytecode is come to JVM, and the JVM converts it into machine level code. The JVM converts into the MML. It is none other than the machine level code. Then it will send to the operating system such as Linux or Android or Mac. I found this video helpful. Like, share, and subscribe my channel. We are diving deep into one of the most fundamental concepts of Java programming. It is none other than methods and method overloading. By the end of this video, you will know what are methods, why we use them, and how method overloading works, and the most importantly, how these concepts make your code cleaner and more efficient. If you are ready to level up your Java skills, hit the like button and let's get started. So, what are methods? Methods are reusable blocks of codes designed to perform specific tasks. They enhance code modularity and reusability. They consist of a method name, parameters, return type, and method body. And the syntax of a method is, as you can see, return type, method name, and parameters, and the method body. And I will explain with a sample code. And the types of method are predefined methods, such as the built-in methods, such as system.out.println, and the user-defined methods, such as custom methods created by the developers to perform a specific task. As we have created a method called as multiple and subtract and addition in the previous video if you have seen, and the static methods that belong to the class and not an instance methods that require an instance of a class to be called. And what is method overloading is a feature in Java that allows multiple methods to have the same name but different parameter list. I will explain with a code so that you can understand better. After this explanation, it improves the code reusability and readability. Overloaded methods must differ in number of parameters, data types of parameters, sequence of parameters. And the syntax of the method overloading is public and data type and the method name in the parameters. And the benefits of method overloading are increased program clarity by grouping logical similar operations under one method name, reduces code duplication, provides flexibility to call the methods with different argument list, makes program easier to read and maintain. In the example and use cases are mathematical calculation. When we do a calculations, we have to do more than 2 or 3 or 4 additions or subtractions with the different parameter list. So first we can do with the normal whole numbers. After that we have to do with any numerical values such as float or double values, and logging. Overloading a log method to accept a message or an exception. Constructors. Overloading constructors to initialize objects in various ways. Now I am going to go through my VS Code so that I will show with an example. So guys, I am going to create a class name. It is nothing but we can create a class called as demo.java. So in that I'm going to create a class called as computer, for example. In that class computer, I'm going to uh, write some nodes, such as if you take as a public void, if you write excel. In computer, what we are going to do, we are going to write the code, or we are going to do some work in an excel or something else. So, and again we are going to write a code. So public void code. So what does usually the developers do? They usually write a long length codes. So now we are going to do as code. The output will be. So this is a class. So now we are going to what do we say? We are going to inherit the class, not inherit. We are going to create an object of a class. So we can write as public class demo, public static void main string args. So now I'm going to create an object of a class. So as if you haven't seen my before video, the object and a class creation, you can go through. So now I'm going to create an object as c1 equal to new computer. So as you can see, now I'm going to write as c1.excel. So it is going to give me as an output of, as I have forgot to close the brackets. See, as you can see, now I'm going to run the code. As you can see, it will give an output of Excel. So methods are nothing but which we use it to run the, which we have some codes or lines of blocks, not exactly blocks. If I have to tell in explain a method, it is a block of code which only runs when it is called. So if I haven't called, for example, this Excel, just I have created an object. Now if I am going to run the code, it doesn't give me any output. See, as you can see. And methods are used to perform, they are used to perform some specific operations. And methods are also called as functions, as you know. So now I'm going to create, now I'm going to explain about method overloading. So first, before doing that, I will try to clear the terminal. And so now in computer, for example, what we can do? We can do as do the calculations in the calculator. So we will write as public int add int a comma int b. As you can see, return a plus b. Now it's okay, like now I have not inherited, I have created an object of a class. Now I'm going to call that, before that I have to declare the variables such as int, what we can do, int a equal to 10, comma int b equal to 5, for suppose. Yeah, like now I'm going to call this add, int add of a comma b. So it will run me as 10 plus 5 is equal to 15. It will give me as an output of 10 plus 5 is equal to 15. As you can see, wait. Yeah, as you can see, there will be no output because we haven't shown the output to the screen. It will be just saved here. If you do the comments, just it will be saved here, like 10 plus 5 is equal to 15. So first we have to initialize a variable and store in that, for example, result equal to. Now we are going to print that result, system dot out dot println as result. As you can see, now I'm going to get an output of 15. Yeah, see, here we got an output of 15. So now think of one thing, like you don't do the addition only for one value or two values. We are going to do the addition for multiple values. Then what you are going to do? You are going to do the same thing, like going to change the value of int c. So now again, here you have to add c. So here you have to add c equal to 1. Let us take for an example. So here again we have to pass c. So now what will be the output? It will be 16. As you can see, we got 16. So now I want to do the calculation only for 2. So every time I cannot change the values. Again, I cannot change the parameters every time. So now I'm going to do one thing. So you can click on public int add int a comma int b. As you can see, return a plus b. So now if I take this out and let me guess the output, it is 10 plus 5, or let us take a and c for example. So it takes a as 5 and b as c 1. So it will give me an output of as 6 11. So it is 10 plus 1 is equal to 11. And now if I do as int, so we can change it to double also. Method overloading is nothing but it is having the same method name but different data type or different parameters. That's it. So now I can do as this, change it to double. So if I change this to double, you have to change the inside one also double, or else it will give an error. So we can expect the output as 11.0 now. See, as it is saying incompatible type, possible loss conversion. So it is telling that int cannot be converted to double. So now we can create another variable, int double a equal to double a equal, not double a, we all, as we already have taken, as we have already taken a comma b, so now we can take as 1.0 and double y equal to 2.0. So now I have to give the values of x comma y in place of, as you can see it is still in red color because the double is trying to convert to int. As I have discussed before, you can use the typecasting. Here you can do as int. See, it has been on. So now it will give an output of 1 plus 2, it is 3. So if you don't want to convert, you can use directly as double. You can delete this. It will give an output of 3.0 now. See, and that's all for
Yes,
today,
today
guys.
we are diving into one of the most important and fundamental powerful data structures in Java. It is none other than arrays. So we will dive into it. So what is an array and what is the definition of an array? An array in Java is a data structure that stores elements of same data type. If you take in an element such as integer, an array can store a full of integers, and if you take an as a double of a data type, it will store full the data type of double. It can store n number of variables in a contiguous memory locations. So it is fixed size indexed collection of elements, as we will give the size in the brackets. And coming to the key features of the array, it has a fixed size and it is homogeneous elements and it has a random access. Fixed size, the size of an array is defined at the time of declaration. And homogeneous elements, all elements must be of same data type. And random access, elements can be accessed using their index. And the real world examples of an array are, if you take as a train, it has an engine which carries all the back ones. So if you take, each compartment holds passengers such as data of the same type. Arrays function similarly by holding elements in fixed compartments. And the uses of the array are, it is used to store multiple values. It is used to simplify data management for large data sets, provide random access to elements using indexes, useful in algorithms and data structures like sorting, searching, etc. As we all know, we every time we cannot write int a equal to 10, int b equal to 5. So we can use an array instead of that. So the declaring an array is, as you can see, int numbers equal to new int square brackets. Here we are going to declare how many number of arrays we are having. As there is a fixed array size, so we will declare here, and the arrays indexing will start from 0 to till n minus 1. As you can see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the summary of an array is, array are the fundamental data structures in the Java. They allow efficient storage and access to elements. Understanding arrays is key to mastering Java programming. And now I will get back to my Visual Studio codes so that I will explain in detail with an example code. As if you have seen my previous video, then I have told about the JVM and the JRE. Now I am going to explain in detail about array, public class array, and public static void main string args. So now we are going to declare in square brackets array equal to, in curly brackets we can store the value such as 0 comma 5 comma 3 comma 6 comma 7. And to get the value, if you want to get the value of 3, we have to use system dot out dot println array of the index number we have to specify, such as 1. So now if I run the code, as you can see, we will get the output as 3. So this is one method. Or if you want to print the whole, like we can use as system dot out dot println a of 0. If you take this line and as you can see, now I am going to take it as 1, 2, 3. If I going to write as 4, you can see array index out of bound. As you can see, cannot find a variable. Oh, sorry, it's ARR. So now if I run the code, I will get C 0367, and we are going to get as Java lang array index out of bound exception. It is telling that the fourth element, the index number 4, is not present. So instead of using this, we can use a for loop for int I equal to 0. I is less than array dot length I plus plus. As you know, now I'm going to write as system dot out dot println arr of I. I think I have to take out this square bracket. Yeah. Now if I run this code, I will get the output as 0367. As you can see, array dot length is used to tell the array, like it will going to tell the index like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We are going to tell the index array of 0 index, it is 0, and array of 1 index it is 3, and array of second index is 6, and array of fourth index is 7. It will give as 1, 2, 3, 4 elements as 4. And or else you can write as 4. We can get the same values 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 3, 6, 7. And that's all for today, guys. If you want to add the sum, I can tell as int sum. You can take here as sum equal to arr of I plus sum, as we have to initialize sum as 0, or else we may get an error. So if you can see, sorry, I haven't given the system dot out dot println sum. As you can see, now we will get an output as 16. 3 plus 6 is 9, 9 plus 7 is 16. So it will come as first 0 plus 0. It will store as 0 in the first manner, and in the second one it will store as 0 plus 3, and next it will store as 3 plus 6, and next it will store as 9 plus 7. So we'll get an output of 16 overall. If I print this sum here, you will get every time the value, like if you can see, you will get 4. Yeah, see, 0, 3, 3, 6, 9, 7, 16, 16.
Today's video, we are going to learn about arrays in Java, especially 2D arrays, multidimensional arrays, and jagged arrays. If you are new, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon for more coding tutorials. First, let's quickly review what is an array. An array is a data structure that holds a fixed number of values of a single type. It helps us store multiple values under one variable, making it easier to manage and access. And now I am going to show
Like I am going to draw what are 2D arrays. Like if you take a box, these are the rows and these are the columns. As you can see in this, we are going to, this is, sorry, wait, let me draw again. So as these are the rows, these are the columns, and these are the rows. This is a 3 into 3 matrix. And the next one is 3-dimensional array, which it has inside a box like this. It has everything. So now I am going to explain about the 3D arrays. A 3D array is an array of 2D arrays commonly used for simulation games or 3D matrices. The syntax is, I am going to explain via code. As of now, I am going to explain through PPT. And the multi-dimensional array is an array of arrays commonly used to represent matrices or tables. It is example, it is a 2D array. And the other one is jagged array. A jagged array is an array of arrays with different lengths, useful when rows having varying number of elements, as we cannot tell how many rows, like how many elements are there in an array, then we are going to use it the jagged array. And the practical usage of, like I am going to tell the next thing is enhanced for loop. Enhanced for loop is the simplification of a loop. I'm going to explain that in the Visual Studio codes. In the practical usage is, they are used for multiple dimensional arrays or used for data tables, matrix and image processing. Enhanced for loops, iterating through arrays and collections. Jagged arrays representing sparse matrix or variable length data. 3D arrays are used for simulations, 3D games and scientific computations. Now I am going to my Visual Studio Code and there I will explain you more about these all which I have explained now. Hey everyone, in yesterday's lecture, in the before lecture, in the array in the Java, this is one of the way to define an array, or we can define as int array1 equal to new array or new int of, we are going to declare the size in this. We are going to use this when we don't know the values of this. We can declare like this of 0. So this is the manner, like, and now I am going to explain about the 2D arrays. So now I am going to comment. So now I am going to tell about the 2D arrays. Int array equal to new int 3 comma 3. So now I am going to insert the value such as 0 comma 0 1 2 3 4. Like this. And now I'm going to print the values int I equal to 0, I is less than 3, I plus plus, and for int j equal to 0, j is less than 3, j plus plus, system dot out dot print, like we are going to print in one line, like as you can see I j. Now after everything we are going to use, we are going to go to next line such as system dot out dot println. As you can see, if I run this code, hello, now I will get as the output 1 2 3. If I write here only the system.out.println, you can guess the output. Like I will get the output as 1 2 3 4 5 6 in the line, yes, like this. So now than this we are going to use, so now I am going to use the enhanced for loop. Like I am going to tell you what is that. So if you take same thing for int I equal to, not I equal to, I column arr, as you can see, for as it is an array we must give the square brackets, and inside this we are going to declare int j of I, system dot out dot print j. Even though we will get the same output, as you can see, I am going to run the code. One second, it is still. So now if I run this code, see, as you can see, I'm getting the same output as 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So the I integer is taking the variables of, and this for int of j, it is taking the variables of j of I. This I of variable takes the values such as 1 2 and 3, and same as it is. Now I am going to show that off. So now I am going to tell about the 3D arrays. Same, we are going to add here this part, that's it. So 3. Now I am going to use a math function. It is none other than math.library, math.random, like for int k equal to 0, k is less than 3, k plus plus. As you can see here, I'm going to use here, I am going to take a value of int n of, which is used to store the variables. Like now here n of I comma n of j and n of k is equal to int math dot random. It is a function, it is used to print the random numbers. So now here, as you can see, now I am going to do system.out.println. As you can see, n of I of j. So as you can see, we are getting an error. Just I have taken the variables now. I'm going to print now. Will show. As you can see now, I'm going to print the values. I may get an error because I haven't mentioned this. I have to mention that the size of the n value. As you can see now, I'm going to run this. I'm getting the value error as I have got a value syntactical error. It is telling to delete the token. And now I'm going to run. See, we can get an output as 3 into 3 into 3, total 27 values. As I haven't mentioned here, system.out.println. So that's why we are getting like that. If I'm going to print, see, as you can get in a line wise. I don't know why I'm getting this, but again, even though I'm getting exactly, I don't know what is the error, but math.random is used to get a random value. And now I'm going to tell about the jagged arrays. And it is nothing but if you take a 2D which has 3, and you will have mention about the array's length of row but not the column. So ARR of 0, we are having how many values we shall keep, like we shall keep 2 values, and ARR of 1 we shall have 3, and ARR of 2 we will be having only 1 value. So now if we are going to take ARR of 0 comma 0 equal to 1, I'm going to generate the random values like all this. Now I'm going to print the values. This is not required now. If I'm going to run this code, I will get the values as 1, 2. As you can see, 1 comma 2 in the same thing, and 3, 4, 5 in the next line. In this video, I'm going to tell about array of objects and more of an array. Like I'm going to first tell an example. So we're going to tell about objects on array. So obj.java. So in this, we are going to first create. If you take an example in the yesterday's class, in the previous class, I have told what is an array, what is a three-dimensional array, and what is a 2D, and etc. So in this, array is something which is a collection of contiguous memory. So it has the same data type. If you take an example of a school or a college or a hospital, there will be so many things. If you take about a patient, he will be having an ID, name, and address. If you take, for example, of a school, he will be having the roll number in the name. So how we can write? So now I am going to create a class called student. In that, I am going to like take roll number. So int roll number, and he will be having a name as string name. So now we are going to create an object of a class. So public static void main string args. Yes, if you take, now we are going to create a class of like an object of student s1. Let us take equal to new student student, and yeah, now we are going to assign the value for the student. Let us take roll number. My roll number in my college is 103, so I'm going to take my roll number, and let me take my example, my name as an example. Name equal to Nagendra. Now I'm going to print the roll number and my name. Print ln s1 dot roll number plus s1 dot name. So here we can get, as you can see, I have written the spelling error stud. Yes, if you see, I will get as an output of error cannot find main string method of class student. As you can see now, if I run the code here, I will get the output as 103. As you can see, I have got an output of 103 Nagendra. So I'm going to do the same thing. Like I'm going to create 3 objects for 3 students. Let us take an example of s2. Now, so here we have to change it as s3. Here s2. Let us take the roll numbers as 102 and the name be John or Jay, and the next name will be Sai, and his roll number will be 104. Now if I'm going to print, I have to take the same thing like s3 and s2. As now I'm going to change here s2. Now I'm going to run this code. As you can see, we have got an output of 103 Nagendra, 102 J, and 104 Sai. Now we can, other than using this, we can use enhanced for loop. For that, like shell, I will be taking student s is equal to new student. Let us take 3, or we shall take only 2, no issue as of now. So we have to create like s of 0, we have to create as such as s of 0 equal to s1, s of 1 equal to s2, and as we have taken only 2, we have assigned these values for that. So now I am going to run by using enhanced for loop. So for student st, yes, I have taken only s of, let us take st. I am going to run as system.out.println. I'm going to do the same thing as st dot name plus st dot roll number. As you can see here, it has given an error. Variable s is already defined in the main method string. So I'm going to do one thing, or else I will give as student. Yes, so here also I will do as student. Here also we must change as stud. As you can see, still it is giving error. Oh, sorry, I forgot that here we have to give the student this side. As now you can see the error have been resolved. Now if I am going to run this code, yes, you can see I have got an output of nag103 and j102. If I take this as 3 and if I add this here, if I run this code now, if I take this, as you can see, if I run this code, yeah, now you can see Nagendra 103, J102 and Sai 104 we will get as an output. So this is the enhanced for loop. You have to take the class name and an object and the reference. Now the mode on array, if you take an example, as you all know how to declare an array in AR is equal to new int array of 5. So now I am going to take as array of 0 is equal to 10, AR of 1 is equal to 1, AR of 2 is equal to 25, 26, and AR of 3 is equal to 100, AR of 4 is equal to 25. So these are the numbers which I have given. So if I use the enhanced for loop and if I print, as you all know, data type I AR system.println. For your convenience, I'm going to wipe out this full code. If I'm going to run this code, as you can see, I have got in an unordered, like unstructured, which as I have given, the output has been at that thing. So now I'm going to do one thing. It is none other than sorting. So if you want to do the sorting, we can do by using our own logic, but array, like Java has provided an predefined function for doing sorting. So if you take, as you can see, array dot sort, as you can see now, if I'm going to print, I'm going to do the same thing. As first you can see, or else wait, after sorting, now I'm going to print. As you can see, 10, 1, 26, 100, 25. These are the before sorting which I have provided to the compiler, as those only we have got the output. But after sorting, I have provided the function called as arrays.sort. This function checks the array like every number and goes according to the ascending manner. So as you can see, 1, 10, 25, 26, 100. Like these, we have so many. As you can see here, it has import java.utils.array, which I will tell you in further classes. As of now, just know what is arrays.sort. There are so many functions other than
We are going
arrays.sort.
to discuss about the most fundamental topics, that is none other than strings. A string is used to store multiple characters. Now I will write the syntax for the string and I will explain you. As you can see here, I'm going to zoom in. String variable name, or let us take as where equal to, we shall write a name as n. As you all know, string is used for multiple characters, to store multiple characters. You all can get a doubt why we use only string other than character, because character is used to store only one value, other than string is used to store multiple values. So we can write, as you don't know, string is an, as you don't know, string is an object in Java class. So we can write it as string where equal to new string
Here we have to specify what we have to do, such as code like this. So I will go to the Visual Studio Code and explain you with the code. So let us take as st.java. As you can see, we have got public static void main string args. As you can see, now we will take as string s equal to, we will write our channel name, code with Nagendra. So here we are going to, as you know, we are going to print the test. So now if I'm going to run this, we will get as an output code with Nagendra. So now if I want to add for that, we will be using plus symbol. We will write as is a good channel for Java. So now if I'm going to run this, we will get as, yeah, code with Nagendra is a good channel for Java. Again, I'm going to run as there is no space. Now you can see there is a space. Now if I'm going to take this same thing as here, now if I'm going to write as s equal to, as you can see, I have forgot to keep semicolon. Yes. Now if I'm going to run this code, yeah, you can see code with Nagendra is a good YouTube channel. This is a mutable string. A mutable string is something which can change by changing the variable. Like as you can see here, there are immutable string. Those are nothing but string buffer and string builder. Immutable string are something which are unchangeable. So now if you take an example, I will go to paint and I will explain. As you can, yeah, take this. Now I'm going to draw, and I forgot to tell you one thing, that if you take as string s2 code with Nagendra, the same thing, you think these two will occupy the different space in the, what do we say, in the computer? No. Now for example, I'm going to draw this. As you can see here, there is a stack, and here we have, so in string we have a concept called as string constant pool. As the name itself, you can understand what is meant by string constant pool. I'm going to write as string constant pool. The name itself suggests it is constant. And now I have taken the code with Nagendra. We have created two things such as S and S1. Sorry for my drawing. So here we will be having the reference of 103 and 102, you think, but the compiler will have only the one variable which it refers to as 103 or 103. It only takes one value because both the constants, like both the names are same. So this is nothing but mutable string and immutable string. So I will explain what are immutable string. Those are string buffer and string builder. Those are string buffer and string builder. So now I will get back to my Visual Studio Code so that for your better understanding. Now I am going to write as string buffer SB equal to new string builder. As now, if I haven't given anything and if I try to run this code, like if I want to know the capacity of this, I will get an output of 16 SB dot capacity. So now I'm going to take out this code. As you can see, the default capacity for the string buffer, it is 16. So now if I'm going to write here, we will write as Nagendra. So here now we will get the another value such as 24. 16 plus these characters will be counted. So now if you want to add Nagendra, like we want to add Nagendra as a good boy, so that we will be adding as system.out.println. We'll be writing append function, which is used to add is a good boy, as you can see. And if you want to know the length of this, we are going to use length function sb.length. Now if I'm going to run this code, I will get as an output as 24, and Nagendra is a good boy, and 18 we got as an output of string length sb.length. There are so many other functions. If write sb, as you can see, these all are the string functions which you can get. I ask everyone, try to experiment on these functions so that you can understand what all these are, and you can get the knowledge on strings. And that's all for today, guys. I'm going to tell about static variable, static method, and a static block. So let's get started. So I'm going to create a new class called as static dot java. Here we are having a class static. Then this first we are going to write another class called mobile. For an example, like we shall write as uh, if you take an as example of mobile, what mobile has common parts such as price and brand. So now I'm going to create mobile m equal to new mobile. So we are going to write as m dot price equal to 100 rupees, for example, and m dot brand, as my favorite brand is Apple, I'm going to write as Apple. So as you all know how to print that, system.out.println and m price or m brand plus price, m dot brand plus m dot price. Now if I'm going to run this code, I will get as an output of Apple 100, as you can see. Now let me take others, not only one, there will be so many mobiles. Now I am going to take another example of mobile such as M1. For this, we are going to keep a price as 200, and let us take Samsung brand. So as again here, I am going to write this statement again. As if I run this code, I will get first Apple and second Samsung. So as you know, if we apply static here, what will happen for the price? Static, as you can see, the value will be of 100. The 200 has been gone, because if we apply static, it means if we make price as static variable, which is will be common for all elements, like static in price is, let us declare, we must not do like this. Than this, if we do, we must use the class name and the price. Now if I'm going to run this, even yeah, I have to take this. Now if I run this, as you can see, I have got the price as 200. You must use like this. So static keyword is something making a class member but not an object member. So static belongs to class, not to an object. So this is the one part of static. This is the instant variable and this is the static variable. And now I am going to tell about the static. As you can see, now I created a normal method. Now I am going to tell about the static method. So as I have given a static method, it is giving the error. As you can see, non-static variable brand cannot be referred from the static. So if you want to give this also, we have to give this also a static, so that it will not give an error. So if we take as an apple, now it will give as apple. Like, wait, I will run again. As I haven't given the output like here, m dot show. Now if I try to run, I have got the output as apple of 100. And if you are going to refer from an object, we can do the other thing. It is nothing but, what is the class name? Mobile. As you can create an object of mobile m, and if you want to get m dot brand, m dot price, if I remove this static, as you know, I'm going to remove this. If I, as you can see here, we are getting an error, as I have to pass the parameter of object tm. So as if I run this code, now it will run, even if it is the static, method, but here we are passing the reference of the object, so it will pass. Or else you can do this as static, as I have told earlier. And now I am going to tell about another thing. It is nothing but static block. Static block is something which is used to run only once. If how many times you create an object, it runs only once. So if you take an example, as if I going to run this now, I will get as, yeah, you can see static block and apple is 100. You may think that static block is, as we have written the down of the apple, we must get the static block. But why we have got static block up and apple 100? Because there are something in the JVM, they are known as class loads and objects are instantiated. Class loads only once in JVM we have. So static is a class loader, as you know. So it comes
We are going to
first.
discuss about the most important topic. It is none other than encapsulation. Encapsulation is nothing but hiding the internal workings of an object while exposing only the essential features. If you take an example of a car, you don't need to know how the engine works. You just need to know how to turn the steering and how to use the brakes.
So in the same way, encapsulation works. So now I am going to write a method such as class, let us take student. If you take a class student, he will be having an age. Now I am going to take, I am going to create an object of student as s equal to new student. So here I am going to declare the age of a student. Let us take 19. So I am going to print here the age of a student. As you can see, we have got the output as 19, as you can see. Now if I am going to declare this as private, if I am going to run this may not work. Yeah, as you can see, it is telling that age has a private access in student. So the public and private or the access modifiers which are used for the visibility or a scope of a variable. Like there is another access modifier which is protected, which I will discuss in the upcoming videos. So now I am going to declare here only the age such as 19 for example. Even though I cannot get the output, if you try to see, even though we get the output error as age has a private access in student, it is telling that private is only accessible in the class student. If you come outside of the private, it does not able to show you the age variable. So now I am going to use the methods like we are going to set some age like public public int set age. So for example, now if I am going to clear here and now I am going to apply set age equal to 19 here itself. Now I am going to write as set age. We are going to set the age, so we have to take a variable. Let us take a, and here we are going to set the age, right? So we have to take the variable a equal to a. Yes. Here we are going to get the age. So public, let me declare this as void, and as we have to get the return type as int, I am going to write as get age. Now here we are just going to return age. As here if you can see, now I am going to change this as we have to pass the parameters for set age. Here I am going to give it as 19. So other than trying to get the set age, you will write as get age as I have given the method. As if you can see, if I run this code will work mostly. There are wait public void set age a. Sorry, I haven't given the data type. I think that's the error. As you can see, we have got the output as 19. We can write this as a or b. As you can see, if I'm going to write this as a, if I'm going to write this as b, there is no error in this code. Now I'm going to write this as a, this is b. Even though if I run this code, I will get the same output. There is no error. But in Java, there is something called as getters and setters. So when we are going to set something, we will use as set and the value name. And we are going to get the value, we are going to write as get and value name. So here we are going to pass and we will get the output. If you do the same thing for an for age, we can try to do. So if you take an example of string name, the student will be having name. So we will be using name public void. We are going to set name, right? So we are going to write as set name string n. So here we are going to write as name equal to n, because the n value is been assigned to the name. So we will get the same. I am going to copy paste. Here we are going to write as return name. Here we have to declare it as string, as we will get an error if you keep it as. Here we are going to give, here we have to change the values as set value VALP, and we have to give the name also. So we have to write as set name. We have to write as set name. So we will write as Nagendra, my name itself. So if I keep this as get value, we have to get the name right first. So we will change this also, get name get name and s dot get value. So if I run this code, I will get as Nagendra 19. As you can see, s dot set value is giving an error. Method is integer. As you can see, I have given this as wrong, so it is giving me error. If I run this code, yeah, you can see I have got 19. If I run this code now, I will get as Nagendra dot 19. Yes. So if we use that get and value and set and value, those are nothing but setters and getters in Java, we call it as. And that's all for today, guys. I think you guys understand what is meant by encapsulation. If you have any doubt, let me know in the comment box. I'm going to explain about constructors. So what are constructors? A constructor is a special method in Java used to initialize objects. It is called automatically when an object is created. So now I'm going to explain, like I'm going to do with the code like class con constructor. Like we are going to create a constructor, so we have to declare it as public con. So I'm going to write it is a constructor. I will make this also small. So now there is no error. So in this I'm going to write as public static void main string ars
As you can see, now I am going to create a object new con. Now I ask you try to guess what will be the output. Now I'm going to compile this code as javac demo2.java java demo2. Now I'm getting as an output constructor, but I haven't called constructor. So as you can see, there are two types of constructor. There are none other than three types of constructor: default constructor and parameterized constructor. So if you can see, I have created or instantiated of the class. So I have created an object. So it has been gone and it will call the constructor. So if you take for an example of public con, we can write as in n. So here we will get as system constructor with a parameter. Now we are going to give any value such as, what shall we take? We shall take the value as 18. So if I'm going to run this code like javac demo2.java java demo2. If I'm going to run this again, I'm getting as constructor. As you can see, now I have created a default constructor and a parameterized constructor. A constructor which has a parameters, like a constructor which has a parameters is called as a parameterized constructor. How we can assign this value? Like by giving this here inside an object creation. Like now if I am going to compile, I will get as constructor and constructor with parameter. And we have a naming convention in Java. It is none other than camel casing. As you know, in the before class, I have written as set age or get age like this. As in Java, it is none other than in any other language. If you see, JavaScript also uses camel casing. Camel casing is nothing but the after camel, the C will be the capital letter. So that's all for today, guys. I think you understand what is meant by parameterized constructor and a normal constructor. I expect you to do some of the experiments in your code so that you can understand very well. Hey everyone. So that in today's video, I am going to discuss about anonymous object. An anonymous object in Java refers to an object that is created without being assigned to reference variable. So now let me do with an example. So let me take all this. Let me write as public A. We are going to tell as object is created, and let us write as public void show. It will tell as show A. So now it is telling error because I have given it as capital. Now I have to delete this. Now if I want to call that show, we are going, as we all know that we are going to use create an object. So now we can create
obj.show as here. If I run this code, to dot java demo 2. As you can see, I have got an output of a and show a. Because the a is a default constructor, it is called when an object is instantiated. Now the a, can we write it as it is shown? As now you can see that we can write like this also. So there is no error. As we can see that it tells the reference of creation of a. This tells object creation. Object creation. This statement tells the object creation. So if you take out whole this statements and if you write, it will give an error. So as we can see, just we are going to create an object, but we are not going to use. Wait a second. You can see now I have got an output of a. So in this, if I want to call the show method, I have to write as show. Now I can get an output of, as you can see, a and show a. So as we have created a, that has been, creation of an object has been done by creating new of a. And when we do that show a, show, it will go to this and it will try to print that show a. Now I am going to explain what the inner is going to happen. Like if you take an example, I am going to take, like, you think this is the JVM, this is the heap, and this is the stack. Now when we are creating an object, like let us take an object and let us take this as 101, the reference number. So it has a methods of show or something, everything. Like when we doesn't create an object, it will have here, it is not just creating an object. If you take this, it will create another reference object here. So let us take this as 105. It has the methods of, like, it has the methods of show, but it can be called only once because we have not created the object. As you can see, we have not created, we just have created the reference object, not the reference object, we have created an anonymous object. So anonymous object is something where refers to an object that is created without being assigned to a reference variable. So as you can see in this video, if I have written this like a equal to new a, this is the reference variable. Anonymous object is without creating the reference variable, we are creating the object directly. That is none other than anonymous object creation. In today's video, we are diving into one of the most important and fundamental topics of OOPS. It is none other than inheritance in Java. If you are new to Java or just looking to strengthen your basics, stick around because we will be covering what is inheritance and why it is important, how to implement it with real life. So let's get started. So if you take an example of inheritance, Like if you're designing an application with a vehicle class and you want to create specific types of vehicles like car, bike, or truck, instead of redefining common properties like speed or fuel, you can inherit from the vehicle class. Or let us take an example of your case. So you will be son or daughter of so and so person. Like you will be having inherit you will inherit the property of after some time of your parents. So in the same way, inheritance works in Java in the same way. So let me show an example. Like if you take a class, public class, let us take as described vehicle. We will start as public void start. We will write as system.out.println. We will write as vehicle. So if you are going to declare another class such as, if you are going to declare another class such as, if you take an example of vehicle, or let us take an example of a car. So if you take an example of a car, we will write it as car is starting, as you can see in the example. Now if I want to take an example of a car, like you can say any car name such as you can say Tata. So if you want to see as Tata car, there will be so many types of car, but the Tata car also has the same properties of the car. So why to write the same method again in this? Like if we write this thing, it will be working, but Java tells why to write again. You can just apply the keyword called extends car. That's it. As you can see, if I doesn't write even this, even though if I write my main method demo2 public static void main, as you can see, I am going to write as Tata T equal to new Tata. As you can see, now I am going to write as T star. If I am going to run this code, demo2. Yeah, as you can see, I have got the code output as car is starting. So if I doesn't write this, as you can see, we are getting an error as the method star is undefined for the type of data. So now if I write this, there is no error. In the same way, if I write another class such as what can we say? We can say as another car, we can write as Toyota. As it extends car, we can write in this method as public void steer. Let us write as steering. We can say it as system dot out dot println. We can say this is steering. So now if I extend scar, as you can see, I can get only this method like t dot star. But if I write t dot steering, I will get an error. As you can see here, it is telling the method steering is undefined for the type Tata. As now what we have to do is we have to inherit the properties of Toyota. As you can see, Toyota. If we write this, we will not get an error. If I run this code, as you can see, we can get the output as this is steering. I even can write as t dot star also, no issue. I will get the two things. As you can see, this is steering and car is starting, as you can see. And now I am going to tell about with a simplified diagram. The one which I have explained here is a multi-level inheritance. So multi-level inheritance is nothing but it has a parent box such as A, or let me draw for you again by taking a text. It has A, and we will connect it with a child class B, and it also gets connected with the main, or we can tell as C, as this is the parent class. As you can see, this is the parent class for whole 3. After that, this will be the parent for C and child for A. If you take this example, so the one which I have explained, the first is single level inheritance. Now which I have explained is multi-level inheritance, and there is another inheritance in other language, in other programming language. It is none other than multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance in Java it doesn't work, because I will tell you a scenario. Like if you take A as the parent class, and again we have another parent class such as B, so it gives the command, like if you take an example, it is the parent class for the C. If you take an example, so A has a method called as show, or let us write show, so as B. If you take, so both the classes has show of A comma B. Now if I am going to try to print the C show, like when we are calling the C show, the compiler gets confused what to call. So Java told, just try to remove the multiple inheritance in Java. It is the best way. So it has been removed from Java. In today's video, I am going to tell about method overriding. In before video, you might have seen what is meant by inheritance, and now I am going to tell about what is method overriding. As you have already known what is meant by method overloading, now I am going to tell about method overriding. So now I am going to write as void show, like in the before example. So now I am going to write as system dot out dot println it is A. So now I am going to create another class which extends B. Now if I am going to write the same code, but just I am going to change the values in system.out.println. If you see this code, system.out.println, if you see I am writing it as it is B. Now I am going to create public class demo2 public static void main string args. As you can see now, if I'm going to write as b of obj equal to new b, if I write, if I'm going to click on obj dot show, first let me show what, let me comment out this. Yeah, as you can see, yeah. Now if I'm going to run this, we will get as an output to us it is a. Now if I'm going to do this, see, as you can see, we'll get it is b. Do you know why we get b? Because the obj, we will go to first, it will call the show in the class b. We have taken the reference of the class b, so it will go to class b and it search for the show method. If there is show method in this, it will try to print that. If there is no show method, as you can see in this example, it will go to the extents, like it goes to the upper class and it sees there. If there is the method, it is going to print the output. And that's all for today, guys. Thank you for watching this video. I think you guys like this video. If you have any queries or questions regarding the subject, you can try to comment down in the comment box. I will try to answer as soon as possible. Thank you for watching this video. Like, share and subscribe my channel. And the other way is also you can take as the main method, like as you can see, still we get it is b, as we are taking the reference, the creation as a, but the creation of an object is b, so we will still be overriding this. This is one type of creation
Complex Java
of an object.
concepts for you. Today, we are going to explore one of the core concepts in Java, that is another than superclass and this keyword. If you have ever wondered how inheritance works or how to use the super keyword effectively, you were in the right place. Stick around and by the end of this video, you will have a crystal clear understanding of superclass in Java with some practical examples. So let's dive in. So you will have a question, what is a superclass? First thing, what is superclass? A superclass is a parent class from which other classes called subclasses inherit properties and methods. It acts as a blueprint for child classes. The primary goal is to promote code reuse and maintain a hierarchical relation between classes. It is very confusing, right? So I will explain with a real life example. Imagine you have a general car class called vehicle. In that vehicle, you have a subclass that is none other than bike and car. So the vehicle is the parent class and the car and the bike are the subclass, which inherit the properties of vehicle such as speed and color. The superclass provides the shared functionality. So now I am going to do with an example code. Like if you take such as class A, we can write as public A. We are going to write as system.out.println
A. And here and down we are going to extend the class A. So this class again we are going to construct a constructor as B. We are going to print that system dot out dot println B. So now I am going to write the main class. My main class is demo 2. My main class name is. So here I am going to write as public static void main B obj equal to new B. As now if I just as you know, just I have instantiated the process. Now if I run this code, as you can see I have got an output of, wait a second, I have got an output of A and B. But as you can see, I have called only the B. I have instantiated only the part of B. As you can see, it will go here and it will, as we have instantiated the object B, it will go here and it will print this. It's okay, but you have a doubt, right? Why we got A? Because it extends A. By default, in every constructor, we have a super keyword like this. It is by default for every class, like which extends. So this go to class A. So now you understand why it comes the A first and B next. As you can see, if I create another variable like public int, not int, A, int A, as you can say, as we can write as system dot out dot print ln A int. As you can see, now what you can expect. Now as we have written this super, it will just go to this and it will just give this as output. If we are going to write here as int n, or else wait, if you are going to give the variable or any variable, like as you can take, it is telling n cannot be a variable in Java, so wait, int n, mostly we will write as super n only. I think these two must have the same object. As you can see, it is telling n cannot be resolved to a variable. So as we have declared in the above constructor, so we have to give any value. So see, as you can see, this takes here. So now if I am going to run this code again, I see, you can see as A int and B. So this super class which has a variable inside, like which takes the parameters, will go to this constructor and this will be called. And this class A also has a super class. This extends the object. So the superclass of all classes is the object class. So as you can see in the example, I have given this as 10. But if I want to print this A, what I have to do? So I have to just write this keyword. This is used to refer at that time. So if I am going to run this, as you can see, I have got an output of A, as this will call this A int and B. This is a keyword which refers to at the time point of the value, as exactly if I have to say the current instance of an object or the context in which the code is being executed. My channel. In today's video, I am going to discuss about polymorphism. Polymorphism means nothing but explaining one thing
having the same thing in different meanings. Such as if you take an example of duck, it tells it has the duck or duck out, or we can take any possible meaning. So polymorphism. In this polymorphism, we have two different types. The first one is compile time, or we can call it as early binding. Compile time or early binding. And the next thing is runtime or late bind. We can write as runtime or late binding. As you know here, in this compile time binding is nothing but method overloading, and runtime is nothing but method overriding. So, and now I'm going to tell about just an intro of what are packages and what is the use of them. Packages are used to group related classes in interfaces, making the code more organized, manageable, and avoiding name conflicts. A package is essentially a namespace that organizes classes and interfaces by functionality. Packages also provide access control and help in preventing naming conflicts by allowing the same class names in different packages. Types of packages in Java: the built-in package and user-defined packages, like we are going to do in the upcoming classes. As of now, I have some issue in VS Code. I will try to resolve and try to make a code on what are packages and what to do. And now only I'm going to explain in the theoretical manner. So there are built-in packages. They are nothing but java.util, java.io, java.lang, and the user-defined packages I will going to explain. And as you can see, these are the access modifiers. We have total 4 access modifiers, such as public, private, default, protected. As public, mostly will be having s. You can use the same class, you can use the same package subclass, same package non subclass, yes, and different package subclass, yes, different package non subclass also, yes. But if you are going to do with the private, you are going to we can use the private or the variable or the method in the same class. Other than that, we cannot use that. If it is default, we cannot use it for different package subclass and different package non subclass. And in protected, in today's video, we are going to dive into the final keyword in Java. This is a special keyword with 3 primary uses: to make a variable constant, and I will tell you the other 2 uses in the video. So, what is a final keyword? The final keyword in Java is used to restrict certain actions, such as changing the value of a variable or overriding method or extending class. Now, I am going to explain what is meant by first a final variable. Like, take a class demo public, not public. Now, if I am going to take this as class, let us take a class A. So if I'm going to write as final int age, let us take as you can see, after that we are going to create public B, or else we will write directly the main class. There we are going to initialize it, public static void main string args a obj equal to new a. As you can see, now if I am trying to print obj dot age equal to 10, there will be an error. As you can see, cannot assign a value to a final variable age. So it tells in the final variable we cannot declare as a value to a final variable. So what we shall do? We have to declare here itself. So here you can see now the error goes. So now if I am going to do that obj dot age again, now if I want to override it, obj equal to 20, then also you can see, because final is used to declare only the constant value such as pi and etc. So now I am going to tell about final method. So you know that, right? We can do method overriding. So if you write as public void show, or else let's show, we will write as system dot out dot println. We will write as hello from a. As you can see now, I am going to extend the class by writing a class of b extends a. So now I am going to write as public void show. We will write as system dot out dot println hello from b. As you can see now, I am just going to create an object of b. So now if I am going to do obj dot show, what I will get the output. As you can see, if I run this, I am getting as hello from b. If you think A as a patent and B is the one who is copying from it, but if you click on Google, if you get the printout from B, what you will think? B has designed the thing, right? So here we have to change this. Then A have to be careful, so he have to declare it as final. As if you declare it as final, show B in B cannot override show A. So you are overriding it, right, manually, but the A patent who has given, he has taken something as told Google before that itself. I am the one who had done this before. So he is the one who has done, is going to tell by using keyword final in the programming world. So if you see this, show in B cannot override show in A, overridden method is final. So you cannot override a method which has already declared as before as final. And now I am going to tell as final class. As you can see, you cannot extend a final class either. As you can see here, you cannot extend a final class, or you cannot override a final method, or you cannot change the final variable. So welcome back to my channel. In today's video, I am going to explain about wrapper class. What is wrapper class and the things which I am going to explain. In Java, each of 8 primitive data types have a corresponding wrapper class. These wrapper class allow you to treat primitive values as objects. They are part of java.lang package, and they also provide methods to convert between primitives and strings, as well as utilities for manipulating and comparing the values. The corresponding wrapper class for int is integer, and for double is double, and for float is float, and for char is character, and for boolean boolean, and for byte is byte, and for short is short. Now if I am going to write as int n equal to 7, here again I am going to convert it as integer num is equal to new integer as n. As you can see, it has been strike off because it has been using since way long from before version of 9, as you can see. So this is called as auto boxing, or we can directly, without giving this all, we can directly assign this value. As I can write system dot out dot println num. Now I'm going to get as 7 as an output. As you can see, 7 as an output, and taking a primitive value, storing it in a class is called boxing. So the int is, as you can see, int is primitive type, and the wrapper class is, it is a class. The below are mentioned are all the classes. And now converting this num, if you take as in num2 as num dot int value, so now we are going to print system dot out dot println num2. So this is going to give us as 7 and 7. As you can see, this is the output, and this is called as unboxing. As this step is called as auto boxing. As you are converting directly, this is called as auto boxing, and this is called as unboxing. And if you write like directly, if you convert as int num3 equal to num, this is called as auto unboxing. So this is the thing. Now I'm going to tell about the upper casting and down casting. So now I'm going to just remove this. Now I have to write a class. Just we can write as class A, as we can write as public void display. As you can see, we can write as system.out.println A, and we have to write class B extends A, and here we are going to write as public void display 2. Here we are going to do as system dot out dot println as B. We are going to print B. So now if I'm going to run this here, a obj equal to new b, you all know that it could work, but here we are directly converting this. It is going by default, you no need to do anything here. This is known as upper casting. So and the next step is b obj 1 equal to b of obj. This is known as downcasting. So uppercasting is the process of treating a child class of an object of an instance of its parent's class. It is implicit in Java, meaning you don't need to explicitly perform the cast. And the next thing is downcasting. As you can see, we no need to provide this here. It is implicitly going to happen. Downcasting is a process of treating a parent class reference as a reference to the child class. This is explicit in Java, meaning you must specify the cast explicitly. So here we are going to specify. This is known as downcasting. In today's video, I am going to tell about abstract class and abstract methods. Abstract classes in Java are one of the most essential features that support object-oriented programming principles like abstraction and polymorphism. Let's break down. You need to know about abstract class with detailed explanation examples. So, what are abstract classes? Abstract class in Java is a class declared with the abstract keyword. It cannot be instantiated directly, meaning you cannot create an object of an abstract class. It is primarily used as a base class to define a common structure. And the key features are cannot be instantiated, can contain abstract and non-abstract methods, used for inheritance, can include variables, constructors and methods, may or may not have abstract methods. So now I am going to do with a simple example and I will show you how to do the abstract. So like let me take a class A, public abstract void display. As you can see now, if I am going to write as a obj equal to new a, here if I am going to write as a dot display, so it will show as an error because cannot is a non-static variable. So as it is showing, it is also an error because here when we are declaring an abstract method, the class must be an abstract class. You have to remember this. So if if you say this, yes, missing method body, wait, it is giving error as missing method body or declare abstract. Yeah, as we have declared. So here you can see it is also telling an error. So now I am going to extend the class B, like class A. Now if I am going to write as public void display, as I have written the spelling error, so it came the error. Now if I write system dot out dot println hello, so as you can see everything is being cleared. If it doesn't write this, or if you just take out this, as you can see we are getting an error because the type B must implement the inherited abstract class. Whenever you inherit the abstract class, the methods which are declared inside the abstract class must be defined. If it doesn't define, it will be given an error. So here also you can see we cannot take a static reference to a non-static method display from the type A variable. So it is also telling that we cannot instantiate from a
static class. So we have to declare from B. So if I write this obj, as you can see, we are not getting any error. So I'm going to run this code. Yes, you can see I have got an output of hello. So how many classes I may write, like public abstract void show. If I write this, if it doesn't be available in B, the any method, like all the methods which are declared in the abstract class, the class which has inherited must have all the methods. If it doesn't have, it will definitely give an error. So now I'm going to just write as public void show. As you can see, system.out.println, now there is no error. And so abstract class is a blueprint for other classes. So it cannot instantiate. You cannot create an abstract object of an abstract class directly. You must first inherit into another class, and that inherited class can be written as object. Purpose used to enforce a structure in subclass wise, allowing some shared data. So that's all for today, guys. I think you understand what is meant by an abstract and an abstract class, abstract method, and those all. If you have any doubts, let me know in the comment box. I will try to explain you everything. Welcome back to my channel. In today's video, I am going to explain about inner class, anonymous inner class, and abstract inner class. What is meant by an inner class? An inner class in Java or classes defined within another class. They are primarily used to logically group classes that are only once used in one place and to increase encapsulation. Inner classes have direct access to members such as fields, methods to the outer class, including private members. There are types of inner class. There are member inner classes. I'm going to write like wait. Member inner classes and static inner class and local inner class, and the last one is anonymous inner class. Now I'm going to create a normal inner class with an example class A and B. As you know, I'm going to take as int age and public void show. I'm going to use as system.out.println. This is outer class. And the next one is we are going to declare class B. As you can see here, we are going to write as public void, what we can write as fig. We can write as system dot out dot println. This is a inner class. So I know you all are having doubt how to call an inner class. So as you know, we will call a normal class as A. We are going to create as obj equal to new A. So we all can call directly obj dot show. So as you know, if I run this code, I will get an output of this is an outer class. Call an inner class. If we are going to declare B obj1 equal to new b. It is going to give me an error. As you are seeing, it is telling that b cannot be resolved to the type of Java. So how we are going to resolve? So if you want to create an object of b, we need object of a because it is a non-static method. So here we are going to write as a dot b, and here we are going to do as obj dot new. So this resolves our issue. So now if I going to call obj1 dot fig, it will give us an output of this is outer class, this is inner class, as you can see. And that is about inner class mostly. Now I am going to tell about what is an anonymous inner class. So if I am going to take here itself the example of anonymous inner class. So if I want to public void show, so here we can write as system dot out dot println this is a YouTube channel. So now if I am going to print this, just as of now I am going to take this out. So here as you can see, here it is giving an error because I think as there is a syntax error. So now if I am going to run this code, I expect what will be the output. Just comment down in the comment box. So if you are right, see as you can see the output, this is a YouTube channel. So when we are doing anonymous inner class, just we are going to override that method. If you are having so many methods like public void error, shall we take a method? We can write as system dot out dot println we can write as error. So you can write as many as you can. So here also you can write, you can change as public void error. So here you have to write as system dot out dot println. You will write the code as if you don't subscribe my channel error. So as of now, for your understanding, I will just remove this. Now just I'm going to write as obj dot error. If I'm going to run this, I will get as an output this is YouTube channel and error. Now if I'm going to paste the thing which I have written before, I will get as an output as this is YouTube channel if you don't subscribe my channel error. So you are basically overriding the method anonymous inner class. So the abstract anonymous class, now just I'm going to take out this class B, and here we have to write as abstract class A. And now let me take a method as this as abstract. Yeah, just I'm going to, I will keep this code. So as you can see, I haven't got any error. Just I will remove for your better understanding this, or else like wait. Yeah. As you can see again, it is coming as this is outer and this is a YouTube channel. Wait, sorry, I have to take this also out. So now, as I have told in the before classes itself, the abstract class is a class which you have to extend through the, or you have to inherit from a subclass, and then you will get an object. But here, as you can see, I have created directly an abstract object. Because of the abstract anonymous inner class method, we have created this. So now if I am going to run this code, I will get as, this is YouTube channel. See, as you can write here like this. This is known as abstract anonymous inner class. And in the next video, I am going to tell about what is interface. In the upcoming videos, I am going to tell about what are interfaces in Java. In Java, an interface is a reference type similar to a class that can contain only constant methods, signatures, default methods, static methods, and nested types. It cannot contain instance fields or constructors. Interfaces are used to represent a contract for what a class can do without specifying how it should do. The key features of the interfaces are method signatures, no method implementation until Java 8, multiple implementations, polymorphism. And so now I am going to tell how what is the syntax for an interface. Interface A, as you can see, void show. Yes, as though all the variables inside interface are final and static, and all the methods inside the interface are by default public abstract. So if I write an int age, so here as you can see it is giving an error because the blank final field age may not have been initialized. As I have told, the variable which are inside the interface are final and static. So we have to declare the age. So in interface B, as you can see, or else now I will write a class B which implements class A. So here as you can see it is giving an error because the type must be implemented the inherited class, as we have told same in the abstract class, the method must be done. Like as you can see, now I am writing system.out.println hello. As you can see, if I run this, as I have to create an object b obj equal to new b obj dot show, it will say hello in the output screen. As you can see, it is telling hello. So if we take two classes, for example, implements, let us take C. It also has a methods, not it implements interface C. I can write as void dis. So in the previous classes, I told we cannot, wait a second. If you remember in the concept of inheritance, I have told that in inheritance, we have seen single inheritance, multi-level inheritance, and multiple inheritance doesn't work in Java because now, as I have told, there will be two parent class and one child class. The both parent and child class are giving the same method to the subclass, which is class C. So for the class C, it don't know what to do. So what class C does, it doesn't take multiple inheritance, but we can do multiple inheritance using interface. So as I have written like this, now we can do as C. If I write C, as you can see here, we got an error as type B must be implemented the inheritance abstract method. So as I am going to do public void this, here we are going to write as system dot out dot println old. So as you can see this, so all the in inheritance all methods are by default public abstract. As you know, all these methods are public abstract, and the variables are final and static. So as you can see, like you can write as interface AB, let us take. It also has a method called void final. I think it is taking it as keyword, like we write as fine. So as you can see, it is giving no error. But if C wants to implement AB, so what we have to write? Then we have to use the keyword called extends A. So this will tell that it can go to A. It's sorry, I want AB. So it can go to AB, or we can write as A also, or both A and B. As you can see, for interface to interface, we use extends keyword, and for class and interface, we use implements keyword. And we also know if a class wants to used by other class, we use class extends. As you can see, I'm going to explain about enum. An enum is known for a enumeration, is a special Java type used to define collections of constants. Enums are more powerful than simple constants because they can have fields, methods, and constructors. Enums are commonly used when you have a fixed set of related constants such as days of the week, directions, or error codes. By using enums, you make your code more readable, type safe, and maintainable. The key features are fixed set of constants, fixed set of constants. And the next thing is enum values and the methods and the type safety. And you would have a question, what is meant by type safety? Enum helps avoid errors that occur when using plain constants such as in-value values being passed. So this could be avoided. So the basic syntax of the enums are, so for an example, first enum, let us take as color red, red, comma, blue, comma green, comma yellow. So now first I am going to write the class name. As we all know how to create an object of a class, so color dot red. So now if I'm going to run this system dot out dot println, I'm going to print C, color of C is. So now if I'm going to print, it will give us color of C is red, as you can see. Now if I'm going to change this color as green, as you can see, now if I run, I will get as color of C is green. So now if I'm going to go for a switch case, how I can go? If I want to go for switch, we can directly write as SWI switch. We have to write as color. We have to give the class name, and that's all. In the normal cases, we will write as case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4. But in this, we will just by giving these values such as red. Here we have to write as system dot out dot println color is red. So break. I think we have to pass the object, as you can see. Yeah, the error have been rectified. And here case, what shall we write next? Blue. So the color is blue, and break. And if I write case green, we have to write system dot out dot println. We will write as color is green, and break case yellow. Here again we are writing system dot out dot println color is yellow. As you know why I'm writing break every time, right? If you don't apply break after the compilation of one thing, it will print everything. So we will be using, here you can see, wait, here it is giving error because I haven't written in capital letters. And default we shall write as nothing has been taken. System dot out dot println ntg, as you know, short form, break. So now if I run this code, I will get this color of C is green. Color is green. If I take out this line, and now if I run, see, as you see, color is green. And that is the basics of enum. So that's all for today, guys. Thank you for watching this video. I think you guys like this video, so like, share, and subscribe my channel. You know my channel name, right? Code with Nagendra.
See, as here also we have used camel casing. My channel, that's all. In today's video, we are going to deep down about annotations in Java. So what are annotations? Annotations are a form of metadata that provide additional information about the code but are not part of the code itself. They are used to provide information to a compiler, development tools, or a runtime to influence and behavior of a program. They are used for behavior of a program. So annotations can be applied to classes, methods, fields, parameters, and other elements also. So now I am going to explain with an example. So we are going to write as class every time I am taking A comma B. So now I will take as vehicle. So I will write as public void start. So we will be writing as system.out.println vehicle is going to school. So now we are going to extend this class, such as, let us say there are so many vehicles. So if you take a vehicle, so it may be a bike, right? So vehicle is also a bike. So it extends vehicle VECHILE. So in this we are going to extend void start system dot out dot println bike is not going. So if you write this, yeah, you can see. Now if I try to compile, like if I try to write B equal to new bike, we will be giving an another name for this. Start the vehicle than my, we will write as to school. So just we are going to override this. As you can see, I have given as here also spelling error print. As I have to write as start the vehicle to school. So if I write this, now if I'm going to run this code, like nothing will happen. So if I'm going to b dot start the vehicle to school, as you can see, I'm getting the output as vehicle is going to school, but I have given the same method names to the both of the classes. So in this scenarios, like we are going to use the annotations. So we are going to write as @override. So as you can see, I have given the wrong. See, if I'm going to now run this code, I'm going to get as bike is not going. So as you can see, we have overridden the code. So this some of the classes are also known as depreciated, which are nothing but we can use but not use in the future. Like we can use, but it is not useful in the future. So I have already written this, and why to use this? So that's the meaning of depreciated. There are so many other
annotations, which I will try to explain in the upcoming videos. Thank you for watching. Welcome back to my channel. In today's video, I am going to tell about functional interface. A functional interface in Java is an interface that has just one abstract method. These interfaces are designed to represent a single action behavior. What are functional interfaces? These have only single abstract method. So now I am going to tell about a functional interface. So they are mostly used for Lambda expressions, which I am going to explain in the next videos. So now I am going to tell about we are going to use the annotations like functional interface. It is optional, but it's preferable. Interface we are going to take as any name, such as we are going to take as function fun. So here we are going to write as void fun. So this is nothing but a single abstract method. So here we can write as class B extends fun. So here we can write as public void fun. System.out.println we can write as learning in Java is fun. So now I'm going to create an object of fun f equal to new b. So as you can see how to create an object of b. F dot fun. As you can see here it is giving an area because we have to write implements, not extends. Yes, see, as now we are not getting any error. So now if I'm going to run this code, I'm getting, yeah, learning in Java is fun. So as you know that we can do the anonymous inner class methods like public void fun system.out.println. As you can know that we will write as subscribe code with Nagendra CHANNEL. Yes. Now if I am going to run this code, I will get as subscribe with Nagendra channel. As you can see, I have forgot to keep the semicolon, so that it is the error. Now if I run this code, as you can see, subscribe code with Nagendra channel, we are getting the output. So this is nothing but a just intro of functional interface. In the upcoming video, I am going to explain about Lambda expressions. Back to my channel. In today's video, I am going to tell about Lambda expressions. What are Lambda expressions? In Java, what are Lambda expressions? Lambda expressions is a concise way to represent an anonymous functions. It allows you to pass behavior as parameter to methods, making more code more readable, enabling functional programming in Java. Lambda expressions are introduced in Java 8. Lambda expressions are significantly used to reduce the verbosity of the code, especially when working with functional interfaces and stream APIs. So now I am going to explain with the code like let us take a class bike not class, it has to be an interface. Interface bike. So what bike has? It has color, we can take as, or let us say speed. So now I am going to implement class. So let us take one of the most bike, let us say, so there is a popular bike of Yamaha RX 100 that implements class bike. So in the first we have to write as functional interface, as it is not necessary but it's optional, so try to write it public void speed. So system dot out dot print ln that I will call as short as RX 100. Speed is 100 kilometer per hour. Let me take as this. So now I am going to call that, as if you have seen in the before functional interface I have written how to do that. Now also I am going to write for your better understanding Yamaha RX 100. Let us take RX equal to new Yamaha RX 100. So here in the before case I have shown this public void speed. So for every bike it won't be 100, so it can be 90 for the same bike, but due to the mileage, or due to, not due to mileage, due to how many years it has been traveled. So RX 100 speed is, let us take 90 kilometer per hour. So this is our code. So I'm going to run this. I will yeah, again I forgot, yeah, I have to declare this. So now if I run this, yeah, nothing seems right. So now I have to call that speed method. So if I call this, now I will get, I'm going to run this, yeah, see, you can get as RX 100 speed is 90 kilometer second per hour. So now why don't we do one thing? Just we just remove this and this whole part. We can write as here, as it has only one parameter, we can write like this. So we have to use here bike. I think in the before video also I have forgot to tell that, so I am sorry. So we have to use this. So as you can see, RX 100 speed is 90 kilometers per hour. So now see how much the code lines have been reduced. So it's best to use Lambda when we are using functional interface or when we have only one method. So we can go with the parameters also, as if you want I will show as void display, we can write as int cost. Wait, int cost, and here I have to write as public void display, as I have to take some parameters as int cost. Here let us write system.out.println rx100 cost is cost. As now it is showing error because it is incompatible, because as you know functional interface must have only one method. So now it is showing that, see, incompatible parameter type in Lambda. So now we have to give any value such as, let us take, we are given there int, right? So int c. Here we have to provide, this will give an error. So here we have to provide, let us take cost. Here we have to provide the cost such as, let me take as 1000 rupees only for this example. Even though it is showing the error, the method cost is undefined for the type bike. It's not cost, it's actually display, sorry. As you can see now, there are no errors. So now I can write as, yeah, see, this has been, now if I write, yeah, see, RX100 speed is 90 kilometers, but we must get this. So we are overriding. So Java helps us. You have only just one method, right? So why to keep this? So no need of int also. Even though we will get the output as, wait, again I will run and show. Yeah, see, yeah, here you get. Again, it will get as an output of RX100 speed is 90 kilometers per hour. So if you have two parameter list, such as we can take as, yeah, int speed, yeah, we can take like this. So here also we must change as int speed. So here we must have to give two values such as C and D. Let us take, we have to give, so as you can see here it is showing exception error. As you can see, I have given some parameters RX100 C and D. I have changed. So once again I will run so that you can see the output. Yes, see, RX100 cost is 1000 and the speed is 90 kilometers per hour. Just if you are doing some calculations, like not like this, if you are doing some calculations for addition, multiplication. So now if I am going to show for addition, just I am going to take as, just we can write as int add. So we will take int cost or int a plus b. So now just we have to change these all. Or else why the whole thing? Now I will give a normal an expression of what are the types of expressions, like what are the types of interfaces, like types of interface. So there are nearly three types of interfaces. The first one is normal interface. Normal interface, which has two or more methods in it. So if I write m1 as method 1, m2 as method 2, and so on. So now if I take the second interface is nothing but SAM. As you all know, SAM is nothing but functional normal, like a functional interface. FUNCTIONL, functional, or it is also known as SAM interface, as single abstract method interface. So it have only one method in it. So it have only one method. That's all. So the third type of interface is marker interface. It has no methods. Marker interface. It has no methods in it. It is just used for serialization and deserialization methods. And I am wrong with any spellings. Don't misunderstand me. I am somewhat low in spelling. So that's all. That's all. Nagendra
for
Sriram,
today.
and on this channel, we simplify coding concepts for developers like you. So today I am going to explain about exceptions. So what are exceptions? Exceptions are the errors which occur when we are writing the code. So there are total three types of exceptions. One is compile time exception. Compile time exception. And the second one is runtime exception. And the third one is logical exception. So the compile time exception is nothing but, if you have seen my previous videos, there where it is like the red line as here as it is shown, there also the red line will appear, or else the compiler tells which line there have been an error. So that is nothing but compile time error, which we will be resolved only then we will get an output. And the logical error is nothing but you have expected some output, but we got the another output. So that is due to our logical exception. Like if you divide any number by 0, we will get that type of an exception, or any other types. And the runtime error is nothing but exceptional handling, which I will explain now. I will go to my VS Code and I will try to explain you. As now we will take a number as num equal to 10, and we will try to divide. We will use divide. So divide is equal to num by 10. As you can see, if we write system.out.println num, not num, divide. So if we try to run this code, if you try to run this code, as we got 1, I must divide by 0. so that you will understand. So as you can see in the compiler, exception in thread main java.lang arithmetic exception divide by 0. So the compiler is telling these are known as the compile time errors. It will be resolved only when you try to do it. So if you are going to do by 2, so we'll get as 5. So as you can see, the error has been resolved, and then only we are going to get the output. So you expect that you must get 0, but you are doing division. So in that case, these are known as logical type errors. As you can see, we got 0. And somehow, like if you divide even by 0, somehow you want to try to get the output, or somehow you want to manage, then we are going to do try and catch block. So try is something where you expect the error may come. As you can see, catch. So you can see it is showing. I will tell what is exception in detail. As you can see, now we will tell in this catch block. As you can see here, when we do divide by 0, we are getting this output. Now I will do as println, we will write as exception has occurred. So if we write this, and now if I try to run this code, as you can see, I have got like this exception has occurred. So as you can see, this try block will see if there are any error occurs here like this in this, it will go to the catch block. In cricket, as you know, if the bat hits and the all-rounder or the catcher who catches the ball, he is out. In the same way, the try, if it catches any errors, it will throw into catch. So the catch uses his methods and it will show the output, as you can see here. If you want exceptionally, like you can use multiple try and catch. So they are known as multiple try and multiple catch methods. As you know that if I use exception, now I'm going to write system.out.println. This is an AE exception. Arithmetic exception. There are some exceptions which are arithmetic exception, array index bound of exception, null pointer exception, and SQL and IO exception. Like as you can see, this which are divisible by zeros, and those are our arithmetic exception comes under. And if you know that if I do this as 10, and if I do as int arr equal to new int, let us take for example 2. Now I am going to write as arr of 0 equal to 10, arr of 1 is equal to 15, arr of 2 is equal to 20. Now if I run this, we will get an exception called as array index bound of exception. As you can see here, exception has occurred. See, I have declared that exception, or else if you want which exception has occurred, we can use this E is used to tell which exception has occurred. As you can see here, exception has occurred java.lang.array index bound of exception, index 2 out of bound, as it is telling this is the error occurred. As you must have only 2, but we are having 3. So this is the error. Like that, we have null pointer exception, SQL IO exception, and the runtime exceptions are mostly of arithmetic, array index bound, and null pointer exceptions, and mostly those are known as unchecked exceptions, and the SQL and IO exceptions are known as checked exceptions. So I think you all understand what is try and what is catch. So if you use, so now I haven't explained about like E is right. So E tells about what is the exception. Exception is the java.lang. It extends throwable. Exception extends throwable, and throwable extends a class called object. It is the head of all the top of the class. And now I am going to tell about a finally block. Finally block is nothing but if you try and catch the error, even though it doesn't matter, it will print its own statement. If you see system.out.println hello world, if I write as, even if I delete, like even if I delete, not delete, if I run this code, it will say hello world. As you can see, the try and catch, it doesn't matter at all. It will only go for finally. As it sees the try, it goes to catch, and if nothing is there, it will do nothing, and it will go directly to the finally block, and it will print the finally block statement. And if you see in this statement, like which I have done before, if you try to copy and now if you try to paste, see these we are getting an exception. As you can say, exception arithmetic has already been caught, because the exception is the mother of all these arithmetic exception and IO exception, SQL exception, and array index bound of exception. So no need to write again. So if you write this one, it is enough, or you know what the error may come if you write this one, it is enough. So you can create your own custom exceptions, and I will explain you how to create your own custom exceptions. Like I have to write as class what we can take. Now it is demo, right? So we will write as extends exception. As if you can see, now I will write a message as public demo. I'm creating a constructor. String yes. I'm calling the super class of this class. So this class is the custom exception class. So now I'm going to create a method that throws the custom exception. As I'm going to create a class, public class custom exe, if I write. Now in this, I'm going to write as public static void check. I'm going to write int number throws we have to write the exception class name demo as if number is less than 0, we are going to throw new demo. As you can see, number cannot be negative. Number can't be negative. And we are going to print as system.out.println number is valid or number is positive. Now in this public, I am going to use the try method of check. I no need to, as you can see, so I will provide a number of -1. As you can see, there are undefined. Oh, as you can see now, if I am going to run this code, like I have to change the catch method also. I will delete this one, catch e dot, we will get the message. As you can see, I will delete this also. Now if I am going to run this code, as you can see, exception has occurred, number cannot be negative, as it will tell this. If the number is, as you can see, e dot get message, so it will go to here and it will tell number can't be negative. If the number is positive, let us take, yes, it is telling number is positive. So what is the use of this? Is the class exception class, and this is the method which we are going to create for custom exception, and if it is negative, we are going to throw this. So there are two methods, new, throws and throw. The purpose of throw is to explicit thrown an exception. The purpose of throws is to declare that a method can throw an exception. The location is used inside a method, the throw is, and the location of the throws is used in the method signature, as you can see, and the usage is followed by an exception object followed by an exception class name. As you can see here, it is the class name. Only one exception at a time can be used as throw. Multiple exceptions can be used for throws. As you know, now e dot get message comes to here and it will get this message. And that's all for today. Tackling an important Java topic. It is none other than input handling using InputStreamReader and Scanner classes. By the end of this video, you will know when and how to use these classes effectively in the program. So let's jump right in. So why input handling is important? As you all know, every time we cannot give the default values, the user also wants to give the values. So we will be using the InputStreamReader, and the most happening way out is the scanner class. Now first thing, what is InputStreamReader? This class reads bytes and converts them into characters using a specified character coding. So for that, first we have to import java.util for the scanner class. As it is easy to create, we have to write the scanner, and most, don't ask me why you use SC, because most of the coders use SC. You can use any name, scanner, system.in. So as you can see, like if I want to create an integer number, I have to give as sc dot. As you can see, for creation of an integer we are going to give int. For the creation of short we are going to use short, and for double we are going to use next dot. As you can see here, has next int, has next line for the string, and has next long for long. And you can explore these all if you want. As of now I am going to do for double also. Double sc equal to sc dot next double for double, and for string, as I have told before, are equal to sc dot next line. As you can see, we can use this. If I'm going to run this code, like I have to get an output, right? System dot out dot print ln value of n, as you have to if I run this code, as you can see, I am getting values such as 5.5, and value of n is 5.5, as you can see. And now I am going to tell about input buffer. So as you all know, you will be thinking about what is println extends like the class. We all think that it comes from java.lang, right? No, it is wrong. We get from java.io.printstring. This is one of the most important core Java concepts, and now I'm going to tell about input stream input stream reader in equal to new input stream reader. As you can see, I have to pass as system.in and buffer reader we are equal to .in. As you can see, as you know, buffer reader and input stream reader come from java.io class. To import java.io class, you have to write separate functions, or just you can use java.io.hashtag and you can get all the classes of that. So now if I am going to use br int n equal to br dot read line, as this converts mostly into string, so we need to convert this default gives us string. As you can see, that is why it is showing string cannot be converted to int. As we all know, we can convert this by using the wrapper class. If I use normal primitive data type, it won't be converted. See, as you can see, error still, int cannot be differentiated. So we have to use wrapper class. If you don't know what is wrapper class, you can see my previous video, which I will give in the description box. So we have to use as integer dot parseInt. As you can see, we have to write as br dot read line. So it is telling an exception as unhandled exception type IOE. So now I'm going to write as throws IOE exception. As you can see, it has been cleared. So as you all know, this is opening of the resource, and to close the resource, we must write br dot close. So it will close. If I run this code, as you can see, it is asking me an input. Just that's it. I have given the input, and that is about input, like InputStreamReader. So I ask you guys to explore about everything of InputStreamReader and buffer read, like scanner. And the next thing is about try with resources. So every time it is better to use br like close after creation of the input stream, or if you created the scanner also, you need to close se.close. It is preferred by the coders to do that. So now I'm going to tell about try with resource. No need to use of this, other than it will close instantly by using the try method. As you can see, try buffered reader br1 equal to new buffered reader. As you can see, it has created that ABC text. I don't this I have to insert new input stream reader. Here we have to give system.in. As you can see, now I can delete these two lines. As I think I missed one of the brackets, so it is giving me, yeah, now you can see. So now I can use as n equal to integer parseInt br new read line. So I haven't declared the int. So now as you can see, I can read. So if I run this again, I can get this. So if I use this, if I use this try with resource option, as I have written in the before steps, input stream reader and buffered stream reader, then that you can use this line also, buffered reader br equal to new buffer reader. In that only we can provide new input stream reader of system.in. So it is a better way of writing the code. So I expect you to use the try with resource and you try by your examples. Today we are going to dive into an interesting topic. It is none other than thread. So you all guys have a doubt. So what is a thread? Imagine your computer is like a team of superheroes. Each superhero has a special power. What do you say? Each superhero has a superpower. So, in the same way, a thread is like one superhero. So, what is a thread? A thread is one superhero. So, it can work on task while other superheroes work on different tasks. So, one superhero work on one task and other superhero work on another task. A thread is nothing but is divide task into small unit. They run multiple. So, divide task into small unit and run multiple. So why do we need threads? So think of your mom cooking a big dinner. She can chop vegetables, cook rice, and bake a cake, one after the other. This is like computer with no threads. So she will do one by one. So but if she gets help, someone chops vegetable, another cooks rice, and someone else bakes the cake all the same time. The dinner is ready faster. This is like using threads. So thread in simple meaning, it is your mom doing all the work herself is known as the main thread. And the multiple thread is she is having some help. So now I am going to explain using the Visual Studio Code. Hey, if you take a class A, for suppose in that I am going to print in A public void show system.out.println, it will be as in A. So now let us take another class as B. In this we have a method called public void show2. For example, this tells system dot out dot println, it tells in B. So now we are going to create objects of A and B. So now if I am going to tell as O dot show and B dot show2. So let us going to use the for loop for int I equal to 1 and I is less than or equal to 10 and I plus plus, as you can see here. So if I copy this same, so here you can see. Now if I run this code, you will get, see, in A, in B, 10 times. Now if I switch these statements like B dot show first comes, if it comes first, yeah, as you can see, it will print in B in A like that 10 times. So as you know, it tells to the compiler first complete the task of B, then come to the task of A. So but if we use threads, it will try to run. So now our task is to try to get in A in B, in A in B, in A in B like that. So now I will use this after. We have to use the threads concept, like we have to class extends thread, and to start this thread we must use the thread must be is a type of functional interface same. So we have to use run to start the thread. So as you can see here also we are getting the error. Now we have to use the method as start. Now if I run this code, you can see still we are getting in B and in A. So why we are getting like this? So now we will see what is the priority. So we will see what is the priority of object get priority is equal to, we will see the priority for object A and B. As you can see, they have the priority of 5 and 5. The 0 is the least priority and 10 is the highest priority. So it has both the equal priority. So we are getting in A and in B. So if I use like this as O dot set priority, if I use, we have to call as thread dot, we have max priority and minimum priority, which defines the function. As you can see, now I have given the first priority to this. So as you can see, first I will get normally B, as you can see in the above code, but now I have set the maximum priority to this. So first A will be getting printed. So it tells the scheduler to give the high priority. Scheduler is the one thing which tells what to go at the next time. So now I will be using try. Here I will do a thing called as sleep. It will be for milliseconds, so I will use this. It is giving an error. Why? As you can see, unhandled exception type in a. So now I will use the try and catch. So as you can see, there is no error. So if now I try to run this code, I may get in B, 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 but I must get in A, in B, right? So to get like that, we have to use another function called as join. As I have told before, now I am going to simplify again for you. Like there are two things running at the main time. The thread A and the thread B. So let us take a simple example of a bank. Like you have two cards. Like let us tell this is A and let us tell this is B. So we have the method as show for both A and B. So in this both methods you have a show. Like for example, you have a bank account which you have two debit cards. Normally we will not be having two debit cards. You have one card and your friend has a card. He knows the pin. So you both went to the ATM. So you both try to take out the money. So you have an initial amount of 20,000, but you and your friend are simultaneously trying to take amount of 15,000, which is equal to 30,000. So there it will throw some errors. So that we will use a function called as join. So here this after completing this get we will get the output. Now I will show in the VS Code. As I forgot to tell, the other thing is like we will be having the hardware and above it we will be having the OS, and above it we are going to run the software applications. In these software applications, there will be so many software applications, not only one. These software applications are run by thread. So now I am going to tell how to join this in the VS Code. So now after I am using v.start, I will try to use as try and b.join b.join, as you know, and here I will use as exception dot star print. Now if I am going to run this code, I am expecting, still I am getting like this. Why? Still I am not getting, so I will try to use this method below this for loop. Now if I try to run, I am getting the same output. So wait, I will take this. As you can see here, we have partially achieved this by in B, in B, in A, in A, as that we are telling the compiler or the scheduler to stop for sleep for 100 milliseconds. For this also, we are telling for sleep for 100 milliseconds. So we cannot achieve accurately, but we can try to achieve simultaneously. So if we want to extend threads, we can, other than using extends threads, or else if you see here thread, if you see this again, it implements runnable. So if you see this, it implements runnable. So we can, other than using this extends, we can use as implements runnable. So as you can see here, we are getting error. So as you can see, we must not use for these things. We cannot use these types for runnable. We have to create another type called as it extends, like it implements, thread implements runnable. So we have to use as thread t equal to, we are creating a new thread of that object which we have done of b. So now we can do this as t dot start, as you can see. So here also I am deleting this all code. So here also we have to create as runnable r equal to, as we all know, this is the reference of the class, and now I'm going to write the object of the class new b. I'm going to tell about race conditions. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced developer, understanding race condition is essential for writing reliable and efficient code. So let's get started. So imagine you are at a busy intersection where two cars approach from different directions. Both drivers see the traffic light is green and decide to go at the same time. Without clear rules, This could lead to an accident. Similarly, in a programming erase condition occurs when two or more threads or process accesses shared data and try to change it simultaneously. The outcome depends on the sequence or timing of their execution. In the previous video, I have explained about the banking system, which a person has two debit cards and he has an amount of 25,000 or 20,000, and he and his friend simultaneously try to withdraw the money of 15,000. So he has only 20,000, but he tries to withdraw of 30,000. Here the race condition occurs. So what exactly is a race condition? A race condition happens when multiple threads or processors compete to access and modify shared data. If not properly managed, the final state of data can be vary on which thread finishes first. The race between them determines the outcome. So let us take off an example of, let me create a class as race. It has a counter. Let us take as count is equal to 0. So here we will write as public void increment. Let us write as count plus plus. So here now I am going to create two threads of race r is equal to new race. So thread t1 is equal to new thread. As we all know, we can apply Lambda expressions for this. As we all know that these are functional interface, a type of. So here we are going to use as for int I equal to 0 and I is less than 1000, I plus plus. We can write as this as r dot increment. Here I am going to create the same thing for thread 2. So now I am going to start both the threads, t1 dot start and t2 dot start. Now I am going to use the join t1 dot join t2 dot join, and we can write here the exception as e dot print stack trace. So let us know what will be the final output, like r dot counter. We will call this counter. So you expect what will be the output? We are giving 100 and 100. No, let us take the bigger value, 1000 and 1000. So what will be the output? See, we must get 2000, right? But why we are getting 1851? Because I will explain you with an example. So the both A and both thread 1 and thread 2 are trying to do the same thing simultaneously. So the scheduler or the compiler takes only the one, so it doesn't take the other one. So we are getting the unexpected values every time we run. As you know, see, we are getting 1655, 1659, like those. So let's break this down. The increment method looks simple, just counter plus plus. But under the hood, this operation involves three steps. Read the current value of counter, increment it by 1. Write the new value to the counter. When two threads perform these steps simultaneously, they can interface with each other. For instance, both threads might read the same initial value before either writes back incremented values, leading to missed increment. So as I have told before, like this it will occur. So as a result, the final counter value ends up being less than expected. This unpredictable behavior is essence of race condition. To better understand race condition, let's consider a couple of real world analogies. First, the traffic intersection we mentioned earlier. Without traffic lights or stop signs, cars from different directions racing through the intersection can cause chaos. And the second thing is, imagine a kitchen where multiple chefs are working on the same dish without coordinating their actions. One chef might add salt while another is adding sugar, leading to ruined meal. In both cases, lack of proper synchronization leads to conflicts and unintended outcomes. So, what are the consequences of race conditions in the software? Data corruption, unexpected behavior, security vulnerabilities, system crashes. These issues highlight why it's crucial to address race condition in your code. So, preventing race condition is so much important. So, now that we understood what race condition or and their consequences, let's discuss how to prevent them. Synchronization. Use synchronization mechanisms like synchronized block or methods in Java to ensure only one thread can access at a critical section time. So as you can see now, if I change this to synchronized, is giving me an exception. Let me quick fix. As I must write as public synchronized. As you can see now also it is giving an error, as I have to write I forgot to write as an. So now if I try to run this code, as you can see we are getting 2000. So again if I run this code, see I am getting 2000. So this tells us, if I go to this, if I once erase, so this tells there is A and there is B, or we can take as T2 and this is T1. T2. So the both are trying to run simultaneously. So it could leave the important points or they can start at the same value. So we are using a name called synchronized. So this tells to the compiler allow only one method at a time. So this tells it will allow only one at a time, so it will does not cause any race conditions. So as you can see in the code, every time after using this method synchronized keyword, we are getting the output of 2000. So welcome back to our Java tutorial series. This is going to be our last Java video for beginners, and in this video we are going to dive into an essential topic, the life cycle of a thread in Java. So as you know, what is a thread? A thread is used to divide a task into smaller units to perform more efficient way. So there will be states for thread. So the number one is new. In this new state, the journey begins with a new state. When you create a thread using the thread class or implement runnable, the thread is in new state. At this point, it hasn't started running yet. So after that, we have a case called runnable. So these both are as it will go from new to runnable state by using the method called start. So then from runnable, it will go through the run state. It is ready to run. So it will go from runnable to running state by using the method called run. So from then, if you have seen in the previous video, if we use the functions and if we use the synchronize functions, then the other function which is waiting, there will be a waiting. So for that, we will be using the method as sleep or wait. Sleep or wait methods. Then from again, if we want to go from waiting to runnable state, we will be using a method called as notify. As you know that the from waiting state, it will not go to the new, it will directly go to the runnable state. After completing of this running state, if the program completes well, it will come into a state called as dead by using the function as stop. And from runnable also we can go directly to dead state by using the same method called as stop. So and another topic, which is the last topic, is the collection API or collection framework. So collection framework is a concept that works on the object, whereas collection means interfaces, whereas collections means class. So now I am going to give a simple example of collection. Like it has some classes of list and queue and set. So as you can see here, it has list, array list, and the second one is linked list, and the next is queue. In this queue we have dq, and after this we are going to have set. In this set we will be having hash set and linked hash set.
Just for your information, I am going to just write the simple syntax for the collection. And we have to specify this is known as generics. So in this we are going to specify the wrapper class which we are going to do, such as integer, and the object name and new. If you want to create anything such as if you see here array list or linked list or q or dq or set hash set or linked hash set, we can create that array list. So again here we have to specify the same class. If it doesn't specify, we will get an error. So this is the basic syntax for the collection framework. So this collection is extended by another class. It is known as iterables. So that's all for today, guys. Thank you for watching this video, and this is our last video. So I request everyone to share this channel to your friends who are interested in Java. So like, share and subscribe my channel. Thank you for watching.